Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Last time, well, actually before that, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, huh? I want to take this opportunity to thank our patrons and other financial, it's not fiduciary, is it? Anyway, I'd like to thank our contributor. I'll figure out the wording eventually. But if you guys want your names to appear on these placards, you got to chuck some. All you have to do is chuck some coins at me. Patreon or coffee is the easiest and cheapest way to do that. $2 a month or $1 a month essentially ensures that you get most of the benefits that your Twitch peers would get. The only thing you don't get is the emotes and the eliminated ads. You got to actually pay Twitch big bucks for that. Sorry about that, I sneezed. Thank you to Mr. Rowan Darcy for their continued Prime Gaming subscription during this interval. I do hope you enjoy all of the lovely benefits and privileges that come along with that subscription. And while I do not have any one-off patron or any patrons or one-off contributors, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby for his continued Valkyrie tier membership over at Coffee. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that. I just realized that apparently people on Patreon or Coffee were not really capable of seeing what I thought they were capable of seeing, so I updated roles today. So people should be able to see the picture gallery and other subscriber related benefits like they're supposed to. Let's take a moment. I'm gonna play the camera mini game and then we can chat. Alrighty, let me start with YouTube. Nothing there yet. Let's see. Greetings to both Mr. Jason and Mr. Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. That's to both of you again. You came in right at the beginning of stream, so you haven't missed anything. Mr. Rasby says, yeah. I kind of replied to 3 or 4 sentences at once. I apologize for the confusion. Mr. Rasby says, yes, the PowerPoint. It's what I have. It's easy to read. It makes sense. It shows the patron names and all that other fun stuff. I mean, considering that some people literally make videos of themselves marker boarding in the names, you know, I'll take my PowerPoint as being maybe not a touch better, but a touch cleaner is what I'll say about that. Mr. Resby says, I wish the webcam would be on the rolls while shouting out. I'd love to do that, but then I think the thing about that is I want extra visibility on those. I could probably tuck my camera in the corner if I'm smart, or maybe make the member shout outs kind of their own scene in OBS, because right now, like, I have my starting soon scene, which contains, all those screens, like all the Patreon, Twitch membership stuff is set up within that scene because we do it right at the beginning. I think it makes the most sense to do it right at the beginning. But if people want my camera there, I think maybe putting those in their own scene would probably help, and I wouldn't have to toggle on and off so many resources in the first place. Meta conversation that's not really pertinent for members at this time. So why don't we do a recap? I'll explain what happened off camera, and then we can I can go over 1 or 2 things I need to do before we really truly get started. So last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we started working our way through the Rabella Wetlands region proper after we had liberated Lurelin Village and rebuilt the buildings and everything. We got a couple of quests whilst there that we still need to do, but we can take our time on those. And we began clearing out Korok seeds and other essentials. Really and truly, Rabella does not have a whole bunch of... Rabella wetlands don't have a whole bunch of shrines in it. It doesn't have much of anything. Even if you count, like... Tarambo Beach / Koholit Rock, there still isn't all that much. There isn't that much more, is what I should say. So we were clearing all that stuff out. We're going to continue to clear that stuff out. Our goal is Tuft Mountain today, which as far as I know, there's not supposed to be anything major here. But we do need to come here for a different purpose that will be made apparent later. Welcome on in, Destructus. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Destructus says, sorry you were late making dinner. No worries. You're not late. You're really not late whatsoever, but, and feeding yourself is important. If you don't eat... you don't live. I mean, you could probably go a week without eating, but still, the point stands. Your body suffers if you don't eat. Your livelihood suffers if you don't eat. Plus, food is fun. It's enjoyable. Mr. Jason says, my luck sometimes, you're catching most of the alpha Pokemon before you've even found the regular variants. Yeah, that sounds like... Yeah, that absolutely sounds like something that would happen to me where I just bump into the alpha variants. Although my luck is apparently not nearly as good as that. Off camera, I want to transition into that. Off camera, I did grind ore. We are back up to 990 Zonite ore. I did not grind any other quantities of item meaningfully, but unfortunately, there weren't like major cutscenes or anything, but I do want to make sure I'm being transparent. I accidentally bumped into what I presume to be an important area here. And if we keep looking, I'm sure I could come up with these other like 4 masses of things that are all important. I bumped into this. I don't know what this is. And for those that know what it is, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I just bumped into it in the midst of poking around trying to find ore. That's all. Sharasby says, wait, I know what it is. Well, I mean, the name is listed right here. That's fine. Like, clearly it's a place that if I were to put 2 and 2 together, I could say, oh, it's an old factory. And maybe, this factory made robots, and this was one part of the humanoid robots they were building. But I don't know. What I don't want to know is this thing for like one specific construct, or just a whole factory dedicated to building nothing but constructs. That's the part I don't want to know. And I'm sure will get explained to us a bit later knowing what I know about the end of the game, as well as, what's on the cover, who the characters are, and so on. I think it'll be explained in due time. Trying to think. I also marked some spots with stars that we're going to clear out later, more than anything. But I do want to take care of these treasure chests while I'm here. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on YouTube. We're good there. Shiresby says, well, the situational random information happens to be exactly just that, and how it is unrevealable from my point of view. Kappa, precisely. So I whipped up some tea. It should be busy kind of chilling out over in the kitchen. So what I'm going to do real quick, this should take me about 10 seconds, no more, no less. I'm going to go quickly get up, grab the tea, and I will be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, I probably should just make sure I put up the BRB screens no matter what. Yeah, I went to go get a cup of tea, Destructus. I had made it earlier. Peppermint. I have 2 boxes of peppermint, so I will not be running out of the stuff for a good long time. But I had started making that. How about the other stuff? What do you mean? All I needed to get was the tea and the spoon. Oh, meant for him. Okay, yep. Sorry. Cool. We're cool now. Let me make sure nothing has changed. Okay, cool. All that stuff is related for him. So, before we really and truly get started on the surface proper, I'm gonna take the time to like head up and grab our valuables. All of our treasure chests, really. And we have plenty of ore, so I know what I'm gonna be doing. We're gonna be making our good friend the hover bike. And I probably don't have the good luxury of wearing anything other than the flame the flame breaker set for that reason. I found these while looking for ore, and I figured I wanted to make sure I did due diligence. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, let me also literally not be wearing a piece of metal or a piece of wood. That would probably help significantly. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, I guess other than that, I also made sure I ground up pose. So we have the capacity to grab the tunic that the champion's tunic or whatever that we were missing from earlier. Okay, I think we should be okay to probably turn around. Oh, in fact, I'm not even sure we needed to go quite that far. I think these are supposed to be demarcated by, great pose or whatever. But how was everyone's weekend? Did y'all do fun stuff? I was chatting it up a little bit with someone earlier about. I told you guys that I run a tabletop group. Like, that shouldn't be too much out of the ordinary. I went over to that house Saturday and we played some Avatar: The Last Airbender tabletop role-playing game. That's what we did. I am an airbender in that game because, of course, I am an airbender. Why wouldn't I be? But I wanted to make sure I wasn't the usual happy-go-lucky airbender. That's a really old, tired trope. Just because you're an air nomad doesn't necessarily mean you're a whimsical person. I think really, if it weren't for Avatar: The Last Airbender show, then I would be a bit more. I'm trying. I guess if we go quick, I should be fine. We might as well grab stuff while we're here. But did I? Please tell me I grabbed that chest. I should. Yeah, I did. I grabbed the chest and I jumped down. Mr. Rasby says, airbender that rams bitches. No. This airbender is lucky if he can cushion people. So, okay, I had to think for a second. I'm trying to, like, do, like, 3 things at once, and I'm definitely feeling the ADD overload spike happening right this second. So, in that setting, right, in the campaign that, a playmate in that group is running, right? He's the DM for it. We're in the era of Avatar Roku. Like, that is the current Avatar. So, like, before the events of, like, the show, the one with, the one with Avatar Aang in it. So a lot of controversial stuff has happened, but the air nomads hadn't yet been, genocided. And make sure my mic is facing the correct way. The air nomads were sort of seen more as peacekeepers, or intermediaries, and actually had exchange programs with the Fire Nation and everything. It's really quite a different. It's really quite a different spectacle than what most people would think of when it comes to that setting. A lot of people are used to, like, the Avatar Aang and the Legend of Korra, right? Like, or Avatar Korra. Too many people are used to both those shows. And the exchange programs where air nomads could be, martially trained and maybe even join the Fire Nation army. For those that don't go back to their own respective monasteries, like, some of them stick around. The exchange program also teaches firebenders some air, not necessarily air techniques, but open to general philosophies that the air nomads were teaching at the time. Really interesting stuff, but without getting too mired in the weeds. My air nomad's name was Sin, S-I-N, like the 7 deadly sins, the cardinal sins. You get the idea. I just happened to come up with the name at random. And don't mind me. I'm farming ore while we're doing these things, just real quick. because I can make up the 15, or I just spent making the hover bike if I'm careful. Mr. Raspy says, I really like the... I'm sorry, I need to make sure I'm reading these. Mr. Raspy says, yeah, yes, the High King. I think I acknowledged that one. Mr. Raspy says, oh, exchanging programs? Yes, software programs. And then, I really liked firebending in the Avatar stuff you played. It was a Minecraft mod. Yeah, I think there is, a Minecraft mod pack with that stuff in it. I think, the channel's kind of defunct now, but I'm pretty sure it would have been played by him back in that time. I used to watch a guy named Xylophony Plays, or Xylophony, and I think he may have done something. He may have done something with that particular mod pack. That's kind of what he was known for. Again, before that channel off and retired. Mr. Recipe says it was very advanced in some ways, like you had Sozen Comet and stuff. Yeah. Okay, we have 1,000 ore. I think we're good here. Oh, no. And I'm pretty sure I just had to... Let's see. I think I might have already lost the hover bike. Not gonna lie. It's fine. We can literally make another one. I was hoping to, like, come out onto the surface with 1,000 ore, but if that's not happening, that's not happening. Are these just... Is that all this was... large charges we did need? I mean, okay, I guess. I guess we'll head over here and get the other one. I'm gonna pick up any treasure chests that are here, but I'm gonna leave the stars until later, like I had mentioned on the Discord as well. Speaking of, yesterday concluded the last vote item. You guys chose, unsurprisingly, Upland Zorana for the next region we're going to be going to after the Rabella wetlands, aka Lurelin Village. A Lurelin Village area, which makes sense. That definitely tracks out. You joined the Discord to vote thinking initially it was the next game. I'm sorry that I didn't make things incredibly clear. That said, there definitely should have been a vote item for that. Regardless, Mr. Raspy. It should have been at the top of the voting for content page. There should be like a big, long time. It's got like 4 months left on it. Vote. So... you're still more than welcome to place your vote on that. But you know, if you do stick around for other concurrent sub-game votes, your subscription will have... Wait, there's an ongoing game vote? Yes, there is. Let me take a quick second, and I'm just gonna open up the Discord real quick. Mr. Jason, if you happen to be here by chance, would you mind shilling the Discord in the Twitch chat for me? If you don't mind. Stream's gonna get crunchy for like a couple of seconds. I might be able to post this here. Let's see. If you're like, I don't want to open up Discord to look at it, I think this takes you directly to the vote item. Yeah, we are determining what game we want to see after Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I much appreciate it. Good timing, Mr. Coin. You just got back from getting food? Oh. I mean, very fortuitous, but also, what food did you get? While that's happening, we can make our way up and grab the last chest before we can move on. Just gonna like slide up here so we're not doing quite so much forward climbing. Only do that if you want to, Mr. Jason. You're already managing 2 discords as is. Never mind a third one. I really think if you're gonna manage more than like 2, right, you might want to like get a bot to help you with that, because that's like a lot of work to like bound in between 3 discords. Having a manager mod would, like a manager bot, would really help with that. Cool, cool, cool. We're almost up where I want us to be. Yeah, Mr. Rasby, you know, does this sort of thing with writing code and API for a living. So, yeah, like he was saying, he could probably work some sort of management tool out for you if you want him to, and if you give him the time. Most importantly. Let's see, let me make sure I'm not missing anything that's not like directed at someone in particular. So you could make a Mafia Discord, right? I reacted to that. There's a site, mafia.gg, right? Mr. Jason says a third. Yeah, I remarked on that. Mr. Rasby says, oh, Godfather theme fades in, right. Then they go on to say, I can make a custom bot do anything if you have like a lot of repetition or want one-click stuff. But either way, that Mafia game with us 3 with the iconic roles is on the bucket list. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, Mr. Coy, the SBC and the potential Mafia Discord are side servers. The TCC is your pride and joy. Right, of course. That's why I'm suggesting like bot moderation tools, because they are side projects, right? You want an even lighter touch on those, so that you can have oversight where you really need it. Nothing like a good cup of peppermint tea. I know peppermint is not everyone's thing, but peppermint is one of those few things for me that just, I crack a smile as soon as I smell it. I've noticed this about myself. If I'm smelling fresh peppermint, I actually find it really hard not to smile. Here's a lovely question I can ask folks. Is there something that if you see it, hear it, smell it, whatever, or something evokes a memory from you, do you guys have anything that does elicit just like a straight up smile? Like it's hard not to smile when you see it. Mr. Rasby says, for now, Kappa, right? To make sure you don't lose control of your bots, you can start an authoritarian regime. Well, see, with the bots, all you have to do is, you know, set their permissions. They're not people. But I get that, I do get that was supposed to be like an extended joke, right? Did you have a few lines of those at the tabletop, Kappa? No, I'm afraid not. No peppermint tea. It was really kind of an eventless thing. I had dinner and my drink prior to going. We went and did the thing, and then we went about our business. Oh, nice. According to legend, this cap was once worn by a hero who traveled through time, a truly timeless item, perfect for kids and adults alike. Okay, got that one. Any other treasure chests? I know there was a couple more. Maybe they're down here. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Nope. I'm gonna find them. Yeah, next one is out toward the Floria Canyon Mine. Let's see. Destructus says, for you cat videos, fair. I've been watching a YouTuber who's been posting videos of his work that he does with Bimac yeah, it is. It's Bimac octopuses. And I really crack a smile just watching the octopuses just kind of like squirt water out of their mantles playfully and chase slipper lobsters or shrimp, or watching them open jars. For whatever reason, watching an octopus do that sort of stuff just it also makes me crack a smile. That's kind of hard not to smile. Did you have a few lines of those at the tabletop? Oh, I already read that. Right. Mr. Jason says, you just reminded me, Mr. Coin. You just bought another $14.95 pound or $19 box of 10 hot chocolates from Hotel Chocolat. Of course. Mr. Resby says, I know some good stuff if you want to try it. A specific flavored green tea. The only thing that makes me regret not being allowed caffeine. Used to do 2 packs of that stuff a day. Make 2 teas a day. Makes sense. Yeah. That sounds like sadness. Oh, right. I should be... that should definitely be... closed. Sorry about that. Okay, we have to whip out the hover bike again. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, it says, it's a tingle of Tasmanian peppermint and creamy white mint hot chocolate. Mmm. Ah, yes, forgot the adult sites were open, Kappa. Okay, I would never tell people if I were watching any sort of corn. And trust... I definitely would not be telling people if I were watching corn. I'm too aware of terms of service to do that. And if people are like, wait, why is he saying corn? For those that don't know, kind of like how the word gooning or gooner is being used to evade censors.
Don't get excited.
That word is being used to evade censors. Corn is being used to evade censors. That's what it is. And people keep having to legally shift new words just to have them avoid the censors.
Oh, a drink. Grant me suck.
Oh my god. But white mint. I don't know about the white chocolate because I assume that's what that was. But that does sound good. I could go for good peppermint hot chocolate right now. It's too bad. Even though those are in season, I do not think our hot chocolate supplier, I do not think Swiss Miss is currently offering any of those packets at the moment. Let's see. That was the finisher. The Erd Tree did it. The Erd Tree did, in fact, provide the suck with 2 C's. Or as many C's or as few C's as you want, honestly. We're just grabbing treasure chests. I wanted to make sure that we grabbed those before leaving. Again, this is for, like, new people coming in, wondering what the heck was going on or why we're doing this. The 4 C's. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's just burnt off a load of durability for 0 reason. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. What about the next one? Did I mark a next one? I'm not sure I did. Oh yeah, this technically isn't a treasure chest. Well, actually, yes, it is, now that I'm thinking on it. No, that is a... Yeah, actually, we have a couple things we gotta grab, but we're gonna start here and move forward. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, a question. If Hotel Chocolat opened in America and you could get a velvetizer and some hot chocolate, would you? Too expensive for my blood, Mr. Jason. If money weren't a concern, you know, then I would probably do it. But money is a concern for me, so I wouldn't. Maybe if I ever get to be a bigger content creator, right? Or, you know, the smutty adult literature writing takes off, then I could maybe think about some fancy, ritzy hot chocolate, complete with the pirouettes. One of my favorite snacks to go with the hot chocolate and coffee. Mr. Resby says, captivate, create, compete, and complete. The 4 C's. Beginning protein bars from Huel. I've heard of them. They're marketed as protein bars, but they're outright healthy chocolate. Yeah. I think I'm vaguely aware of them. The caramel one is the best ever. Oh, caramel chocolate sounds amazing. Of course, I prefer the mint chocolate myself. But caramel also works. Mr. Jason says that was in theory, though. I did answer in theory, and you could get a velvetizer. Now, I'm not super familiar. I should say I answered without knowing the full implications of what I was answering. Do you know what a velvetizer is precisely? I don't think it's a problem. That doesn't... It seems more like a hot chocolate additive than anything, but... Mr. Rasby says, I think if streaming would become a full-time job, these meaningful advanced interactions would disappear because chat's moving fast and lots of people. Yeah, my sibling and I have talked about this. Like, if I start getting, you know, more than I'd say... If we get, like, 10 consistent chatters at a time, I'm gonna have to, like, omit names when I reply to things, or I'm gonna, like... have to reply to the comment without repeating the comment out loud, if that's making sense. Unless lots of people are on YouTube and something, I get like the periodic visitor. They're there for a day and then they're gone. Mr. Rasby says, damn. Oh, that's like almost like what most streamers do. I mean, that's the inevitable evolution, right? Like, if you get more people, you can't possibly pay attention to you can't gingerly read every single comment all the time. You're going to wear out your voice, number one. And number two, not everything is worth a reply. Even more so if it's like, again, note that I don't read out comments directed at other people. This is why I like when you guys add each other on Twitch or on YouTube, because then it's very clear, you know, hey, you're talking to someone, I don't read that. cool. I can move on to the thing that is actually relevant, or the things that are directed at the public. Oh no, I'm gonna get trolled. Mr. Jason says, the Velvetizer is Hotel Chocolat's machine that makes the drink. Ah, okay, that makes sense. The Velvetizer's vortex effect, generated through interpod ridges. This reads like corpo speak already. Like something I would see in Outer Worlds. I should play that for you guys sometime. You guys would probably get a real kick out of it. And a custom-designed whisk. The vortex effect melts real chocolate and your choice of milk in a unique folding motion, even at chilled temperatures. Yeah, I mean, that sounds nice. It's a fancy hot chocolate machine. That doesn't seem so bad. That's probably fine. Mr. Rasby says, well, it's cool you read every comment. I appreciate that. I do my best. Tunic of Twilight. Legend has it this armor was once worn by a hero who battled the monsters of Twilight. There still seems to be some hair clinging to it. Looks like it may be from a wolf. Ah, yes, the Twilight Princess set. Of course. This stuff is like right here. And then you both Mr. Rasby and Mr. Jason are basically saying, yeah, don't at each other. Make me read all of it. God. Mr. Rasby says they should let me fix that. They should only speak in third person so that Coin never knows who the recipient is. Please don't. I mean, unless it's your speaking style. If we're dealing, if you guys like speaking like a Khajiit, fine. A Khajiit. Let me make sure I say it right. You know, the cat people from Skyrim that speak in third person. If you just naturally speak like that, okay, I'll manage. I'll do my best. That's all I can do, right? Pretty sure we can we can just dip in through here. But otherwise, if you normally speak without doing that, like, please consider speaking normally. Mr. Jason says the Velvetizer is just 149.95 pounds or $180. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's the price of like a really decent coffee machine, is around that same price point. Let's find our friend the construct. Complete with treasure chest. I knew I was forgetting something. I'm glad I remembered. Mr. Rasby says, does it cause an error if you speak to yourself? No, because I'm smart enough and I'm spry enough that I can catch that. The real test, Mr. Rasby, is going to be in that scenario we described where there's like 10, 15, 20 active chatters at once, split between two platforms. And I'm like, okay, what am I going to be able to keep up with? That's going to be the real test, more than anything. What's up, Mr. Jason? This was once a busy refinery where a great deal of zonite was processed. Your task here is to manage designs for mining equipment. Please hold one moment. There is a schema stone you do not yet have. Allow me to rectify that. Oh, cool. What are we getting to build? An automated ally. Oh, if we need a combat buddy, we have one. That's kind of neat. You will also prepare the parts required to test it via auto build. So this is like what, a tank with... Interesting. So they clearly intended us to build a battle buddy and then clear out this. Mr. Rusby says, I prefer, quote, I prefer if you just speak normally. All right, Kappa. Have you seen that much anticipated sport? Have you seen that much anticipated sports match? Not sure what you're talking about. Like, are we talking boxing? Or soccer? That's usually what I think of when Europeans are asking me if I've seen some specific sports match. It's usually soccer. Slash, what the whole rest of the world would refer to as football. Go on. Please wait one moment. I need to reread How to Speak Like a Normal Human manual. Doesn't seem to work. Sorry, I shouldn't have said normal. I should have said what, like, because what is normal, right? Oh, also, what is this? Oh, I think this was literally just marking that I needed to come up here and deal with this. What I should say is people shouldn't go out of their way to, like, speak in third person unless they just normally speak that way, right? That's really what I meant. And not anything more than that. What else? We have a chest. Yeah, we have a couple of chests over in this general direction. That's fair, Mr. Resby says. Yeah, that's mostly just what I meant. Mr. Jason says, the new SBC's president, you, is at 2.997733 Pokédollars, or 2,997,733 Pokédollars. Right? Poké tax evasion, right? Right? But in all fairness to Mr. Jason, though, obtaining Pokédollars is really easy. There are ways to grind that stuff up pretty quick, and once you get to a certain point, really all you're doing is just constantly setting up battles against specific trainers, and they give you money and items that you could turn around and sell for even more money. I am thoroughly convinced that the economy in Pokemon, in the world of Pokemon, is... how do I put this? The economy in the world of Pokemon leaves a lot to be desired. People are really not... really aren't in the business of making... oh my god, I really need these guys not to be blowing and knocking away all my stuff. That's kind of awful. Mr. Resby says, you never was actually invited to be part of the TCC as a chairman because the Godfather read to me that you were actually from the IRS. Well, you know, among other things, the IRS is really not an entity that is celebrated around so much as it is tolerated. There are calls among the more radical fringes of U.S. society to abolish the IRS. Like, what the rest of the world really has to understand about us Americans is that we take our taxation very seriously. Perhaps sometimes overly serious. It's one of those, you know, if we can all agree on what our taxes should go towards, then we should pay our taxes. It's when nobody agrees on the what the taxes should be, then it gets to be a real problem. I need to, like, really be minding where we're going. We probably want to be heading... Yeah, this way, and we use a rocket to gain the necessary altitude. There we go. Mr. Jason said the IRS is not in the UK though. So no, that's fair, but I imagine, the UK has its own tax institution, right? Would make sense if it did. We just don't know what the name of the tax institution is. It's not the Crown. That would be too easy. No, the UK has no taxes, Kappa. Mr. Resby says, did someone else become the European capo? Rumor said you were looking for one more there. That has to be in reference to... Oh, that has to be in reference to the IRS statement, probably. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, the HMRC makes sense. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. I figured there was an institution, and I just didn't know what the name of it was. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. The incoming ad storm, I'm afraid. Might want to tighten your seatbelts and batten down the hatches, because even though it's only 3 minutes, it's only a 3-minute ad storm. Quicker than most storms that roll by. Advertisements are never a fun thing to have to deal with, no matter how long you got to sit through them. I really want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. I really, truly appreciate it. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, you should consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are just the free, easy ways to help the channel out for free. They only require a few clicks. If you're on YouTube and you hadn't done so as well, please consider liking the video and maybe leaving a comment and stuff. Like, all of that really helps out, and it lets YouTube know you're human. So they don't so they count your they count your viewership properly. Stuff like that. Let me make sure I've not missed... I've missed a good chunk. There will be a timer above my head at the top of the hour. We do take... that's when the commercial breaks strike. Once that timer's over, I'm back at my desk, and we pick right back up on the gaming. I really recommend we all take a break at the same time. It's just easier that way. And nobody misses out. Nobody has to miss out on anything. But of course, I'm no one's parent. Not going to make anyone do anything. Let's see if I can't catch up on comments while we're marking up some Korok seeds, because I believe, yes, we have a whole bunch of pins that we got to set for the future. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, a guy that you glanced at once said that, it has to be like around here-ish. Once said that there are 31 rare candies in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Oh, that said like it's supposed to be a finite amount. Just based on what I'm seeing, I think it's this like little nubbly tree that I see over there. Mr. Jason has somehow collected 40. Well, there's got to be a drop table governing that, right? Mr. Raspy says, imagine that infrastructure being kept up simply because people like having it, despite zero money in it. I don't think that's gonna work. I think what you're gonna see is you're unfortunately gonna see structures that are maintained through tax money are simply going to go the way of the dodo. Dirt roads will be more likely of a thing if there are no taxes. Of course, the Europeans totally get this. It's us Americans that need to get on board with that. and our failure to do so is why we have the issues that we have, unfortunately. And last one. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I wanted to let you know you'll be a little late on the return after the advertisements. You have business to attend to. The washing the dinner pots. Makes sense." Mr. Resby says, "Oh, this is directed at Mr. Jason." Okay. Mr. Resby says, "Yeah, I like my free public health care. I wish I had it. I don't. Saving me $150 per month in meds and consultation. So he only paid $20. Yeah, so like we have an over reliance on everyone's goodwill. You can't just, a lot of the American right just kind of assumes that your family is going to pick up like the tab, right? They're just going to assume that. So like the support system is local and everything, but we'll have to continue this discussion after the ad break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Let me catch up on chat. Hopefully we all had a decent commercial break. We got what we wanted to get done. Or, you know, we took the stretch break or the snack break we wanted. Something along those lines. While I'm reading chat here, In more interesting news, Elden Ring Reforged dropped the 2.0 patch, like the 2.0.0.0 patch. It's like a huge patch. It's got sliding in it. Elden Ring Reforged already has ducking in it to replace the backstep. Now imagine being able to enter a duck from a sprint and then go into a crouch afterwards. It's not like the most technical thing ever, but for a Dark Soul, for something in like using Dark Souls Elden Ring mechanics, going into sliding into a duck to go into a crouch, and getting iframes kind of like basically as you move into a duck, is pretty good. Let's see. And I'll get back to replying to the 150 per month comment, but I wanted to just tell that in more interesting news, because you guys know that I'm an on and off Elden Ring Reforged challenge runner. I really do quite like Kernifer's work. Kernifer's and his team's work when it comes to that mod, so I follow along. In fact, I have a channel called Elden Ring Reforged Updates for like various things we might do where, you know, we are using mods and maybe we want to keep up with what the mod's doing. I have those are kind of in like a category that has to be toggled on and off, or people have to like turn it on or off. So if you don't care about it, it's not important. You'll never see it. Mr. Jason says, yes, it was just washing the dinner pots, but the Godfather always has business to attend to. Kappa. Mr. Rasby says, Elden Ring Reforged has ducking, and now you have actual ducks in-game that link to a real-life duck. Oh, no. I mean, there are birds. There are multiple kinds of birds. You've got owls. You have eagles, stormhawks, and you've got like half flying bird, half penguin hybrids. They're all like small game you can kill for bones and feathers and stuff. But you can in fact just dive right on in. Oh, is this a battle? No, it's not a battle palace. Okay. I thought it might have been, but I don't think so. Mr. Raspy says, Elden Ring Reforged now has a realistic HP bar. They have hired 200 hitmen. So if you die in game, you die in real life. I'm sure it actually wouldn't be all that hard. I know that's a joke that's supposed to be funny, but I'm fairly sure it wouldn't be that hard to install or write the code for a one-hit KO. Like literally, Sly Cooper, like give Elden Ring the Sly Cooper, Thievius Raccoonus treatment, where the first installment of that game was literally just get hit once, start the level over again, which sucked. I played like a teeny tiny amount of it and then didn't enter the Sly Cooper series until number 2, where it was much better and you actually could, it was actually like a 3D platform where you could kind of make some mistakes with it, that kind of thing. Keck W, of course, Mr. Conciliate, precisely. That said, Elden Ring Reforged does actually have a, it has the segmented HP bar, which the base game does not have. So what that more or less means is that you can more easily track when enemies are being killed. Mr. SB says Elden Ring Reforged does actually have real life hitmen. Uh-oh, I do not... Get out of here. No one asked. We got a couple of feisty ones, huh? I do not want to do this. Ooh, I better be paying the heck attention. Cool. Alright, now we need to find out where this actually is. It's probably... If I had to guess where this Korok is, it's probably... either a target, or I need to find, like, a gap or an opening and, like, ascend up to the top. That's probably what's gotta happen. Oh, I guess one really big change, it's not Hitman, right? I get that's also supposed to be funny. But Elden Ring Reforged recently got an actual operating multiplayer setup going. Like a real, actual bona fide server. You can get ganked. You can get invaded and stuff. Just like base game. For a while, you used to not be able to do that. Like whatsoever. Like you had to play the game offline. Now you can play it online with its own dedicated server, which I'm excited about, but unfortunately, this is where I have to say, like, you know, when I go into Elden Ring Reforged next time, I will not be able to participate in the online festivities because you have to do that sort of stuff. You have to do the hitless or deathless challenge runs offline for a reason. Technically you can do them online, but you're getting ganked. You never know what you're gonna get in terms of like people wanting to ambush and invade, and you might end up taking unavoidable hits or damage from something. Which would be really, really bad. Mr. SB says, oh, that is wild. As a networking enthusiast, it's really hard to do. Yeah. I believe there are a lot of credits in that server for who helped with which feature. And I think no less than 4 or 5 people were named that all kind of worked on getting the networking necessary for the server and everything. Of course, this does mean that Elden Ring Reforged is now more susceptible to if servers go out. You could kind of play the game offline before. You still can. That option's always there, but if you don't normally fiddle around with game settings for a bunch of different purposes, and you just the less you touch, the better off you're going to be. Well, you might not be able to play your favorite mod if it's online. Okay, how much time do I have? We have plenty of time. If you guys want to follow along as we're collecting all these Korok seeds and completing all these challenges and stuff, if you guys type in !TOTK MAP on Twitch, you should be able to get access to a hyperlink that takes you to an object map. I will demonstrate this for the YouTube, but I forget I can't actually do this. For YouTube, if you guys type in *TOTK MAP, you should get the exact same thing. I have a channel bot running around with that information on it. I think it spits it out basically every hour, maybe a bit more than that. So, stay tuned for... Like, even though all the bot is doing is saying the same things over and over, it is important. Mr. Jason says, I have returned, Mr. Coin. You've completed your business. Any broken pots or, cracked dishes? In all honesty, I really don't expect anything to happen. Dishwashing's supposed to be a mundane, routine activity, but you never know. I can be a bit klutzy with dishes, so I tend not to want I'm better at washing them than I used to be, but I certainly could be better at it compared to other people. And I just don't like washing dishes. I'll be honest. I wash them out of necessity, out of discipline, and not for any other reason. Mr. Jason says, not at all. Good. Mr. Resby says, you came off yes, coming off clean would in fact be a generally like positive bonus. I think, yeah, these are like standing lights. I always enjoyed, rinsing my hands off after a good set of washing dishes. I mainly wash, whenever I do wash dishes, it's usually when I'm sitting at someone else's house. And the main things I tend to wash are like dog bowls and stuff. Things that you could put them in the dishwasher, right? But, there's only but so much room in the dishwasher. It's much better if you save dishwasher space for human dishes. And it's just faster for me to hand wash it. I know that sounds nuts, but like I generally do take maybe 3-4 minutes to wash a dog bowl. Not just rinse it out, but wash it real good. Get all the mucky, dirty stuff out of it. There we go. All good. And there's probably... Well, actually, there isn't any. It was just that. All right. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin. Oh, what's up? Raspy says, cheers. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, I have, from what I can see, completed 91 out of 109 side missions in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Nice. Ooh, okay, I already know what to see there. I see you over there, Evermean. Come on. Get out of here with that. I'll take that. Ooh, lots of honeybees around here. Cool. Oh, is it just telling me it's a fairy light up this way? I guess let's find out. Actually, no. Interesting. Coin the chef assistant. Oh. I mean, I hardly... What? Wait, what's going on here? Is it telling me it's like this tree right here? No, it's telling me it's in the middle somewhere? How am I supposed to get that? Am I supposed to literally cut up a tree or something? Let's see. It's got 3 arrows. Hold on, I might need to use my map to help me spot this. Oh, it's like back up here, and we need to cut off a really large limb in order to get access, I think. If I'm reading my map right, that's what this should be. Oh no, I literally had it. It was literally right up there. It's fine. What was I saying? I am well and I guess I can like nerd out for a minute about the stuff I'm doing with the Pathfinder like tabletop setting. I think I've mentioned that I've been like working on changing around labels and a management software, and if not, that's what I'm doing. That's what I've been doing. Pathfinder has 2 editions, and the 2nd edition un-D&Difies a lot of things. Yeah, it un-D&Difies lots of stuff. And so as a result of that, over like 200 or 250 like individual references to things, they get those references get repeated like 50, 60 times throughout like 2 or 3 different entries, of course. But that's right, go somewhere else. I'm not interested in water buffalo today. But it's been hard work, like changing over names. I believe I've just gotten finished with major major deity changes. There's still some things I need to add on there. The Sarkoris gods are like all brand new, but that's like the fun, if not more complicated part. When I'm having to add new material because it doesn't translate neatly. It doesn't translate neatly to Pathfinder 1st edition, which is the setting and game game system we're operating on. Welcome back, Jacob. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well in body and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I appreciate that, Mr. Jacob. Hope you had a good couple days off. I did. I needed it. I typically take weekends off because lots of the stuff that happens to me happens on a weekend. My client jobs span a weekend usually. So it's just better if I have my weekend off, and then if I take extra days off due to a client job, then that's what I'm doing. But how was your weekend, Mr. Jacob? If and you don't mind my asking. And while I'm asking, you've come in at a good time. We're continuing our long, storied walk to collect Korok seeds, among other things. Mr. SB says... oh, right, okay, this is directed at Mr. Jason. They have the Mafia trilogy, but never really played much. Fair. Mr. SB says, but what about the social deduction game? Not the open world game. Oh, I still need to do my more of my homework on that. I mostly spent this weekend getting Pathfinder stuff done, working on changing over a few things for like streaming, and getting out of the depressive pit that happened on Friday, or Friday, Thursday, something like that. I really needed to take time and just kind of sit with my emotions a hot minute. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you won't spoil who they are, but this person named Gwen in Pokemon Legends Z to A, you had what you have felt feels you have had what feels like a million battles against her now. You don't know why. The result is, unless something non-anticipated happens, going to be the same. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a lot of battles. It's the same every time. Mr. Jacob says, excuse me, that's good to hear. Thank you. Your weekend was also enjoyable and relaxing. Awesome. That's always good to hear. And then, yes, the good old Korok hunt. Will it ever end? I sure hope it will. I mean, so far we have 761 of them. I can't speak for everyone else's Korok hunting journey, but I can at least say that mine is slowly approaching a close. We've got like only a few regions left, and really the most difficult part of the Korok hunting is going to be, you know, the part where we're having to go back and clean up stragglers. Like, I've been marking things on the object map. I have an object map set up as a dock on my OBS, and I am literally using that. I'm clicking on it as we play. Like, when we get a Korok seed, I increment the counter, I mark off the object on the map so that I don't have to worry about it again. It's going to be fun realizing, oh, hey, I marked something that we technically never got. Or like there's some final twist with the Koroks that we have not foreseen yet. That's going to be the most annoying part of it all, is that. But I'm going to be happy when it's over, because at that point, you know, I can take the counter off the screen. Like, as soon as the counter hit 900, it did not stay on the screen in Breath of the Wild. We did eventually take it off, but I'm at the very least going to leave it for maybe a couple of days or a week or whatever. Mr. Jacob says, excuse me, someone has asked this before, but did you complete Trial of the Sword in Breath of the Wild? Yes, I have. Twice over, in fact. I streamed this like 4 or 5 years ago. I was live streaming it then, and I ended up having to actually record me getting through the Trials of the Sword the first time around. We managed to do it on live stream this time around, though. And by this time around, I mean when we were playing Breath of the Wild back then. Mr. Jacob says they were talking about it this weekend and figured you'd ask. Yeah, Trials of the Sword is fun, but challenging. More challenging than the base game by far. It is also the most stress-inducing. One error really sets you back. Is that... It's Temto Hill. Yeah, it's like... right there. Oh, did I literally miss one in marking? Yeah, I sure did. There's one, like, right here that we're gonna grab before we keep things moving. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, imagine Trial of the Sword, but each room has a hidden Korok. I would strangulate a dev on that team for that. I would say, oh, listen here, you. I'm aware of the scat joke. I know it's supposed to be funny, but did you really have to... did you really have to put them in the Trial of the Sword? And, like, even... I don't want to think about that particular consequence. This feels like I'm supposed to be looking for something. Yeah, I thought so. And if I look... maybe across from here? Yeah, I can literally see the platform. Okay. Mr. Jacob says, that's good to hear. Unfortunately, you didn't beat it. However, you watched your brother beat it. Quite awesome, and a nail biter. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. It's such a nail biter. There are lots of like close calls or like decisions one has to make when going through the Trials of the Sword. Mr. Raspy says, quickly, time to clip. Kappa. And then they go on to say, that random dev, I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. Kappa. Okay, I think I needed to turn around here. Yep, sure do. I'm gonna save before we do this because I don't want to have to go back up there. And then Raspy goes on further to say you never watched your brother beat it. Well, I don't know how popular The Legend of Zelda is, like the franchise as a whole. I don't know how popular it is among Romanians. That's probably like a tough thing to answer, but I know the franchise is, you know, beloved across the world, between both America and like Japan. Mr. Raspy says not really. That's fair. That's definitely fair. Like, you guys have your own, like, hidden gems that are very popular and very much worth discussing. But, yeah, Trials of the Sword was, I think, by far the most strenuous thing about it was not frick. No, get out of here, you Yiga clan Claude. Oh man, that never gets old. Also, I know I should be using a hover bike. I just wanted to take a minute and sprint, maybe collect a few things. Close, Mr. Raspy. The Yiga does not have 2 Gs. It's just 1. Perhaps for maybe semi-obvious reasons. But I would consider the Yiga clan to be a bunch of baboons when you really get down to it. They're very banana-brained. Whether you want to say it's because they're being silly, or it's all them mighty bananas they're eating, that's up to you. Mr. Jason says the word that was censored would summon Aelin. I'm not so sure. Also, what is the deal with Korok seeds being in a different spot today? There's a lot of that's been happening lately. Bad bitches. Now let's wait. For those of you that have perhaps completed or participated on the Trials of the Sword, what did you guys think of it? For me, I'm someone who has a background in challenge running, right? Like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Sekiro, things like that. Like, I'm very used to nitty-gritty, complicated, unfair, clunky combat. So stuff like Trials of the Sword doesn't challenge me in the same way that it would challenge the typical user. It almost sounds like I'm rubbing my nose and saying I'm of finer challenge run pedigree. That's not what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say is that I like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild / like the Wild era games are not all that challenging mechanically in combat to me, because I deal with games that are more challenging in combat to me than that. But a lot of the different individual subsystems, when you add them together, are more challenging than some stuff that you deal with in a Dark Souls game. It just kind of depends on what you're allowed to do, right? Let's see. Now let's wait. Mr. Jason says the Koroks in a different spot are usually the buddies. Usually, but the like the land on targets or the goal rings, we've had several of them where the platform has been in a different spot compared to what it says on the map. Is that a blood moon? No, that can't be. That's got to be something else. Mr. Rasby says, for those of you who perhaps have bitches. And then Kappa. Mr. Rasby says, damn, Coin, you're the best, Kappa. I'm the best around. No one's ever gonna keep me down, I think is how that song is supposed to go. But I personally prefer the I'm the best. But that Toad from Mario Kart 64 would utter like that. That's like the really cheesy, over the top smug line. It's a really hilarious line, if and I do say so myself. I know I'm 5. I swear, in terms of entertainment, I'm a 5-year-old. Like, give me like a couple of really nice, repeatable, funny lines. I'm a happy camper. Just taking a nice swig of peppermint tea. My preparation of it is so good, I'm considering making a second cup. As Jurassic says, the land of targets, the land that target stores sit on. You guys have well, actually, I guess I should ask. I know that's probably just your familiarity with the Target like store chains, Mr. Rasby. But are there Targets in Romania? I wouldn't think so, but there are always ways to be proven wrong. Mr. Jason says there are actually 119 side missions, side missions in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Didn't you say there were 109? What are the extra 10? Where are the extra 10 coming from, Mr. Jason? Mr. Raspy says nope. We're just Americanized to hell and back. That sounds accurate. I feel bad because really people should not be like as Americanized as they are. This is a consequence of a really powerful insular nation building up a trade empire, right, and a military one, like together. The trade empire part, not quite as much as it used to be, but Mr. SB says also each time you say I don't know a second language, I go, that's not fair. Your main is English. I mean, my main is English, right? Like, it's complicated, but I'm born in it, molded by it, shaped by the English letter. I'm sorry. I should not have found that funny. I'm super sorry about that, but the thing about English is that, you know, since it is my mother tongue, like, some of its complexities are balanced out by just not not having to stumble over them nearly as often as non-native speakers of the language do. And of course, I guess maybe I should probably say that it's not like I'm not your average. This is me not trying to sound hoity-toity or anything, but I don't have much going. Totally fair. And that's, I betcha, I think I've seen a couple videos of this, but I know that there are, I think there's like a couple of them that show this is what an English speaker sounds like to someone who doesn't speak English, and it is literally just garbled gibberish. It's like we're making noises, we're making sounds, but it, you know, it means nothing. I evoke the most intense of sounds and fury, but it signifies nothing. something along those lines. That's like a highly butchered, like, half statement from, like, Hamlet or whatever, but we're gonna go back here, actually, and we're going to jettison down to the next Korok seed. I hope I've been trying to work on my witticism somewhat. Can people tell if that's what I've been trying to do? It comes from a combination of being at tabletops with friends, but also watching people that, quite frankly, have zero compunction about using or making impressions, as well as just I'm gonna have to do this in staggered sets, where I do this all the time, where I'll fly halfway and then I'll drop down and glide like the other half until Tulin's cooldown comes back up, modulate and adjust as necessary. Mr. Resby says, yes, the seizure sound effect. Right? Who doesn't love Steve Carell? I like a good Steve Carell impression. I just can't voice Steve Carell. Mr. Jason says, I'm not sure, Mr. Coin. You still have side mission 16, 30, 33, 35, 55, 63, 66, 67, 83, 93, 95, 99, 100, 103, 107, 108, 113, and outside of the replicated 113, of course. That is 17 remaining. I bet listening to the Blood Moon do-do-do had to have been annoying for some folks. I bet someone could probably make a rather annoying clipped sound out of that. Oh, I can hear the twinkly. Where's it going? I went over there. There are a lot more falling stars in Tears of the Kingdom, I've noticed. I know we've kind of discussed this a handful of times, but it always absolutely boggles my mind that there are just things are simultaneously more and less abundant at the same time. It's a very strange thing that I still have not quite gotten used to yet. I'm used to like the numbers. I'm used to the numbers, but not much of anything else. All right, we're just gonna drop down the rest of the way. Nice thing about the level 2 set, no bonus damage from falling. Okay. I see, it's right there. And we can just do this. I'm pretty sure the Sheikah bonus should be speed at night. Come on, Link, swim up there. You can do it. Now, I do want to talk about, the incoming game vote, because right now, the thing that's winning out is Streamer's Choice. And I know, especially with Elden Ring Reforged 2.0, right? Like, that would be me challenge running. That's like a whole different side of me that you guys don't see all that much. I think the only person here that's like a frequent, a regular, that has any idea what I'm like when I'm challenge running, is Mr. Raspy. He's the only one that would know. I am a sincerely different person I'm not nearly as chatty. I'm more focused. I'm more bushy-eyed. It's not that I don't talk, but like there's a lot more non-talking happening because I'm focused a lot more on bosses. For those that just need context, right? A very good first-time boss that you guys should probably watch on YouTube, right, would be people's first experiences with Margit the Fell. That's like a very good case example where you really got to be all locked in. There's no time for anything else. Mr. Bear Type, welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You're coming in at a good time. We're collecting more Korok seeds, of course, as is the usual activity. Mr. Bear Type says won't be here today. You feel a little sick, so you're gonna go to sleep early. That's totally fair. I'm sorry you're feeling sick. Hopefully you get to feeling better. Also, you got to go to school effing 7:15 because there's this thing with talking to the teacher in your first. Yes, most likely due to last name. Yeah, I know what that's like. My last name starts with a B, and in some cases, I often did go first and stuff like that. So, that checks out. But anyways, have fun at Zora at the Upland Zorana coin. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Bear Type. I do hope you get to feeling better, my lovely senator. Let's see. Yeah, they did it backwards. Now it's backwards. Oh, so you normally would have been like almost last. Makes sense. Yeah, that's certainly interesting. Mr. Espy says, I have to sleep early today so you don't wreck stuff because you had low sleep the last few days and you've got important programming tomorrow because you will have some, what? So you'll have some free days soon? Okay. Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Bear Type. Like, sometimes that's just how it be. You know, schools make mistakes. Or, more likely, they probably opted to flip it around.
Sex.
Thank you guys for the redemptions and check-ins and so on. But Mr. Bear Type, if you need to go rest, good sir, please do that. That way, you know, you're feeling recovered and stuff. I don't want you to strain yourself if you don't have to. But I think we've got a pretty nice crowd. I think y'all know each other. Oh God. Is that going to be the new check-in? Is that what people are going to use as the check-in? I have a check-in channel point reward.
Don't get excited.
It's literally one channel point. But I think people prefer the sex.
So it begins.
Or similar ones. Thank you guys for the check-ins and stuff. Let me catch up on chat. Holy mackerel, there are lots of messages. Okay. A guy who builds poles. That would be a trench digger, I think. Mr. Shiny says, no love by the Heart Lake? That's Tuft, bro. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's not your best pun, but it is a good one. I certainly could have done worse. But welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are working towards cleaning up Korok seeds in the region. We've been hard at work doing that. Mr. Shiny says, also before you forget, yeah, the redeem, right? Let's see, a bunch of greetings, a bunch of replies at people. Mr. Raspy says, I personally don't prefer sex as there's also too much of a good thing. Kappa, too true. And look, sex isn't all it's cracked up to be, right? There's always the possibility. I want to make sure I'm not getting caught by the Lizalthos. I want them to just go somewhere else. Oh, I think a robot heard me. Let's see. No. All right, good. Yeah, you guys are getting to greet each other, like bunches today. What was I saying? Yeah, it's not all it's cracked up to be. First, there's no guarantee you'll enjoy it. Second, you can get hurt. People think that it's like some sort of easy automatic activity. It's not. And this is coming from someone who, although has never had it, and I'm perfectly fine not having it, but I do have many friends who have had it and have told me the horror stories. I take notes, so I know what not to do. I use their bad experiences to inform myself for when that stuff does start happening. Mr. Jason says, right. I already greeted Mr. Shiny earlier. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did I tell you that Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment has an actual playable Korok character? Yes, I do believe you told me that. Aelin also talked about it. And we determined it also wasn't Hestu either. Like, it's just a real, honest-to-goodness Korok, or I think the other one was, like, the actual Deku Tree itself. Am I missing? What am I missing here? I'm missing something. For sure. Really? Oh, yeah, okay. I think I know where we need to go. Alright, it's hover bike time. Let us go and grab it. Actually, we could probably build this using parts, but want to save ore for other things. That's the nice thing, is you can interchange these. Mr. Raspy says that ought to increase Korok inflation. Indeed, usually Korok pairs do. Mr. Raspy says, wait, Coin, I thought you were married in the past. Is that a fake memory you have it? That's certainly possible. No, I wish I were married. No, I am not. I see our lovely friend, the Korok. It's like, he's like right over there. And also, I guess we should... I can't tell if that's a star. I think that's a star fragment. Mr. Raspy says that's wild. I believe for at least 1 to 2 years you were married and divorced for like 10. I certainly sound it, don't I? People clock me at, being one type or the other. Yeah. No, I just happen to know a lot of personal stories that I really probably shouldn't know, because I think I've mentioned this story before, but I'll mention it again, because it's history. I think I've mentioned that I used to be a regular raider in World of Warcraft, like the MMO World of Warcraft, and I was part of a guild where, toward the end, I essentially got to take over as a raid lead. At that time, I think where was that Korok? It had to have been right here. Yeah, I see it. I made the mistake of not getting it earlier. Yeah, so... in short, I became privy to someone else's extramarital affair. And they were part of my raid group. And they weren't a DPS. So, like with typical raid groups, like you have your tanks, you have your healers, you have your DPS. Typically, in a 10-person group, which is what my team was at the time, you had 2 tanks, 2 to 3 healers, and 5 to 6 DPS. That, like, 5th, 6th DPS ideally is also your 2nd or 3rd healer, right? So you've got, like, 10 very well-rounded individuals that all have a role to play. This healer that I had was he rotated between active duty and reserves. So I think he might have been a reserve guy and spent more than a few years as active military. He was married to a woman for a number of years. And it turned into like a loveless marriage. Which tends to happen if you're in the military, right? You know, if both of you aren't in the military, and really if you're both in the military, one of you is not actually, you're keeping your marriage like secret, right? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I'll chill in just a second. So, he basically cheated. Even though the marriage was loveless, right? You still don't cheat. You actually break up. You go through official divorce proceedings. The divorce proceedings happened in the midst of the cheating. Like when the couple was separated. And for me, if it weren't for the fact that he held like a semi-important position in the group, I wouldn't have bothered mediating it, but it ended up getting pretty gnarly. He vanished for a short time, had to find another person and everything. Not great. Before I continue chatting, I do want to take a second and just remind folks that we do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, there will be a timer that appears above my head. It lasts 3 minutes. When the timer reaches 0, the ad break will be over, and we can get back to the gaming, because I know that's what we all care about. Or the chatter, either way. This feels like a fairy light to me for whatever reason. Wait, are you serious? What? Why are there Korok friends without tent? Game, this is unacceptable. But whatever. What was I saying? Right, the commercial break will be well and over before we truly know it. It goes faster than you think. I have mentioned the free, easy methods for supporting the channel, and of course you guys being here is more than enough. But if you guys do feel like being financially generous and you have not considered that already, do consider checking out my Patreon and coffee pages. And whenever I can get to it, I even have content for those extra spots. There are other methods for financial generosity available as well. Through the link tree, it'll either be underneath the video player on Twitch, or it'll be in the description toward the bottom of said description on YouTube. One of those two things. I'll let you guys fiddle around with that on your own, if you so desire. Let me read chat before I run out of time. Mr. Rasby says, oh yeah, I was playing HOTS when I heard this. Indeed, it was a long time ago, right? Yeah, so even though I have all this information, it's mostly just Nice. It's mostly just this is what I've bore witness to, what I've heard people say, and assuming over comms that they're telling the truth. It could all be a lie, but I don't think people would lie about having an extramarital affair to a random stranger. And especially if I weren't quite so pushy about it. I was a young chap back then. I really didn't know. I really didn't have the social finesse I have now. And my social finesse pales in comparison to a neurotypical person. Mr. Raspy says, you know what, it'd be cool if Valkyries or other paid ranks could record their own variant of before the ad storm, and for it to randomly pull one of those out. The random pull of a sound effect is easy. I'll consider that for sure. I can even tell you like what setting I used to make that particular sort of pitch and effect work. The quality just needs to be halfway decent. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you mention, I believe I missed something from you. Possibly. Shoot. I'll have to read it when I come back. Sorry. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm back. I had to clean up a little spill, which is why it took me longer than usual to come back. Oh my goodness, Mr. Clavis, welcome back, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, Mr. Jacob. I forgot to read your last sentence. I completely missed it. Mr. Jacob says that's good to hear. Unfortunately, did not beat it. You watched your brother. Oh, I did read this. Yeah, I did read it. I'm silly. But yeah, if you guys don't know who Mr. Clavis is, do check him out. He works quite hard on his content, streams often. I wish I could attend more often. And it just kind of sucks. As I've told the rest of my chat, I am now the proud owner of a tabletop campaign reboot in real life, and I have tons of technical changes in software I have to make. Lots of like label changes for settings and stuff. So that keeps me extra busy. Because it's a lot of like referencing extra source material and everything. So, but if you guys want a nice chill stream to go check into, please give Mr. Clavis a follow. Give him your time. I promise you won't regret it. I believe the game I saw was Friday the 13th, right? Let's see. Mr. Clavis says you're doing really amazing. Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. I'm gonna knock him out of the park. Okay, so that's not interesting. Okay, so then what's the deal with the... What was the deal with that location then? There should have been a friend here. Oh. I literally did not look hard enough. Got it. Mr. Jason says you missed Mr. Jason message, Mr. Coin. Oh yes, sorry about that, Mr. Jason. Did you mention that one of the Pokemon you have on your team in Pokemon Legends Z to A can completely solo Lady Jacinth's entire team? No, you've pointed your team out to me, but you did not tell me that specific facet of it. No. That's cool. Let's see, now I can scroll back over. I don't see anything on YouTube. Mr. Resby says, in time you will know the tragic extent of your failings. I mean, I assume that's like a quote, but if you meant that as an honest statement, then, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true. And also, I mean, you're way better adjusted than I am. I mean, you have a job. You have decent living conditions for the job that you have. As far as I can tell, your country isn't in political turmoil. So there are a lot of good things I think that will be happening in Romania's future. But if that was a joke sentence, then I don't know what to make of that. Mr. Rasby says, yes, Friday the 13th was shut down a while ago. Okay, makes sense. Mr. Clavis says, yeah, you played on the PlayStation DNS server. Okay. Somebody hosted a server on PlayStation. Makes sense. Stresby asks, it's still playable? That has to be in reference to Dead by Daylight. Does it work on PC too? He goes on to say, if so, that's amazing. Stresby says, I suppose you're already used to Mr. Jason. Indeed. That's in reply to something. Let's see. PC has different ways to play. Mr. Clavis says, online modded version where the F13 reskirted standalone. Nice. Mr. Resby says, not doing great, but did some bad stuff. It was a joke sentence. I see. But it's also accurate. So it's a double entendre. It's true and it's a joke. That's the worst kind of joke. Kind of. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't tell you about how you almost lost your job some time ago and other stuff. Oh. Well, I'm glad you still have it. I don't know what a lost job is because mine is client-based, but my mom lost hers last month, and she's been looking around for a new security job ever since. She's a security guard for a medical company, like a medical security company in our two-state area, and she's been trying to use her vast work experience to get a new job, and that's not been the easiest thing in the world. So I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you're not having to roll those dice again. Job security is really important. I'm not trying to put on a lecture. I'm not trying to do that. Just for those that are listening, that happen to be like, man, I'm thinking about quitting my job. I'm really fed up with all these freakishly, hellishly hard bosses. Quit at your own peril right now is what I would say. Don't do it unless you've already got the application approval for your next job. Because job security is that scarce right now. In an era where AI is absolutely dominating the white-collar sector, white-collar jobs, engineers, software engineers, computer programmers, science research, and paralegal stuff. And that's like a non-exhaustive list. In an era where we are outsourcing our brains to machines, to computer algorithms, if you have a job that is in one of those fields, hold on to it for dear life as hard as you can. Because if you don't have money, you're not going to be able to do anything. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, in Pokemon Legends Z to A, you've caught 219 of 230 Pokemon. Really? The pool is that small? I was sort of expecting a 400 or 500 Pokemon pool. Or is that just out of the catchable ones, Mr. Jason? And you've seen 229 of 30. So there's one you've certainly not seen yet, and it is probably a pretty evasive one if I had to pick a guess. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, doing great in some ways. Gotta see the silver lining. If you don't see the silver lining every so often, even if perhaps you don't deal with it every day, you'll drive yourself mad. I know from personal experience. As someone who is constantly beyond the door of despair every day, and I have been beyond that door for 8-9 months. No, God, almost 11 months now. Despair is an all-consuming emotion. It's really important you try to find the silver lining in things. Try to find your happiness where you can get it and reach out for it. Think before you do, but if you're sure that reaching for it won't hurt another person, and it doesn't impact your bottom line, then go for it. Take it while you have it. Mr. Clavis says, you're here thinking about your next trip now? Most likely Japan? Ooh, Japan is nice. There are lots of people that have made trips to Japan recently. As long as you read the necessary stuff for, tourism laws in Japan, because Japan has quite an anti-tourism sentiment right now. Not entirely undeserved or anything, just something to bear in mind. People taking unnecessary photos of the geishas, or mostly it's not mostly, but it's somewhat Americans, not reading the fine print, and not caring about the fine print. Also, a certain Johnny Somali that has made the world of tourism a living nightmare for anyone abroad. Where are you, Mr.? Oh, that's not good. That's funny. I like that. Let's get him away from the Aracuda. But yeah, with the anti-tourism sentiment being pretty high, you know, just as long as you read, you know, you inform yourself. I hope you have a good time in Japan. I hear the scenic vistas are really nice this time of year, especially the mountains. I hear the mountains are to die for. Just due to if you like wintry, like snowy mountains, that sort of thing. Mr. Rasby says TLDR had a very bad burnout. Skipped work because you couldn't get medical leave because the medic wasn't available. And due to some misunderstandings, you didn't know someone didn't replace you. I see. Yeah, that sounds like a sort of thing that could make you lose your job. Yeah. Mr. Rasby says, reading the fine print. Indeed. Well, I certainly hope that you don't have to deal with that. Like that you're getting the necessary treatment that you need for your not treatment, but like therapy or whatever else you need for your burnout. Because I assume this is like the autistic kind of burnout, the thing that you and I are fairly aware of, and any other autistic person as well knows what autistic burnout is, and it can really be a soul-sucking experience. Mr. Espy says, Johnny Bravo, I don't want to insult that cartoon character's name with Johnny Somali's presence.
Grant me suck.
Welcome back, Destructus. I trust things have been going smoothly for you since the last time we spoke. Whether that be school or your stick animations or whatever. I hope that's been going smoothly. Not much has changed on our end. We've just been continuing to chat away and collect Korok seeds. Mr. Klebus says your goal is 2 to 3 trips per year. Thailand was pretty amazing, but a bit too touristy. Oh, so you're wanting a more authentic experience when you tour. That makes sense. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you saw that there was a side mission at a restaurant called Sushi High Roller in Pokemon Legends Z to A. You thought that it was going to be difficult as it mentioned level 50, and so you thought that would be what your team would be forced to be. And no, you had your level 100 Alpha Scolipede just earthquaking most everything. Nice. Well, I mean, yeah, like that's an easy steamroll, right? Mr. Jason then goes on to say, does anyone know what's good about Switzerland? I would love to learn more, but I've at least heard that their flag is a big plus. Too funny. Mr. Klebus says, anyone want a ping pong show? JK, in Thailand every 5 meters. Oh, that's how common it was, eh, Mr. Klebus? Mr. Rasby says, I wrote an online Pong game in an hour. Can play with anyone once you reconfigure your server to forward requests to me. I mean, it's good that, you know, it's kind of like street vendors, yeah? Where, is it Thailand? It's not Thailand. I'm trying to think. Was it Vietnam? There are lots of places in like that part of Asia that have street food vendors. They're like, you can get them almost once every block or something. Maybe multiple spots a block. Mr. Kleba says, yeah, makes sense. Mr. Resby says, ah, yes, street programmer. And the smooth jump to Vietman. Captain Vietman, the captain for Vietnam, the Asian equivalent to Captain America, clearly. Sorry. I saw the spelling, I knew what you meant. I took an opportunity to springboard into a joke. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Raspy. Mr. Kleba says, yeah, there's a lot of street vendors. Makes sense. I would love to go to a place with lots of street vendors. We get that once a year where I am, relatively speaking, and maybe not even that, depending on, like, how people are operating post-pandemic and other stuff. Mr. Jason says, you had a weird dream last night, Mr. Coin? Oh. I was being chased by the Grim Reaper. You managed to get away from it. While its back was turned, I smacked it over the back of the head with my Hoover. Now I'm worried that I'm Dyson with death. Okay. That's, funny, but a forced laugh for sure. I know the joke was that it was a specific type of vacuum, a Dyson vacuum to be specific. That's the little bit of a stretchy joke. Good joke, but a teeny tiny bit stretchy. Miss Rasby will remember that, written in bold white font across the screen. I need to make a couple of, like, meme style redeems for you guys. I need to do that. I don't know how I'm gonna do it though. Maybe it's like pull a random GIF out of a folder or something. Probably. All right, let's get out of the sound of combat and actually get to collecting the rest of these Korok seeds, eh? I think I've been chatting for no less than 15-20 minutes, and I enjoy chatting with you guys. Don't get me wrong. I'm very bad at, moving. Nice. Clapped them. Or shot them with an arrow. Clapping is like a very different verb. Let's not use that. Oh my god. Oh, what did I just pull down? I pulled down my microphone. That's what happened. Okay. Cool. This is one of those times where having shoes on kind of sucks. Yes, clap them. There are children that could be listening, so I am going to refrain from explaining that. If you know, you know. G.I. Joe. The more you know, and knowing is half the battle. Do. Insert GIF here, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It took us 2 hours. Is the stream not mature audience targeted? Oh, no. It is on Twitch. And while I think I have it marked on YouTube accordingly, I just know the type of audience that I have that is currently listening right now. I guess that hasn't stopped me if the... Oh, no. That hasn't stopped me if the conversation was serious enough. Are you... You know what? I'll take it. I know where it is. I can easily find it. All right, let's grab these pinwheels. How did I miss that? There we go. Mr. Rasby says, that has not stopped us from talking about bitches, politics, and other stuff. Too true, Mr. Rasby. Too true. I think I'm having a bit of hesitancy over explaining what clapping a person means. Because it's like, I guess it's just like, it's a bona fide hardcore There's a reason I said corn earlier. Let me put it that way. There's a reason I was evasive when I used the word corn, as opposed to the usual word that I have no problem saying. I'm just wanting to be mindful. I try to be mindful. All right, let's take this talk to Ram. Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says in the ramming of bitches as well. Right. I think the whole ramming thing is like, whatever. That's mostly a passphrase. Yeah, it's like a harsh cuss word, but it's not really that big of a deal. So here we are at Tuft Mountain. There's nothing here, but I just want to take a second and admire the view, you know? We've got like, didn't we see 2 spirit dragons earlier? Not that I'm going to be dealing with them yet, but Mr. Jason says, time for some Tuft love. Oh my god. Mr. Shiny made a joke of a similar caliber earlier. They were both cut from the. They both rolled out of the same tuft of cotton.
Sure, Jan.
Oh, also that what you did was definitely a joke, so I should have counted that. Doing that now. I'm probably missing some messages here. TTR. Okay, no, these are directed at Mr. Jason. Okay. More of a it's more of a pastime, Kappa. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, I love that you reset the JMP counter and we're back up to 54. Yeah, I know. You guys are voracious jokesters. You guys are real spinsters. I am truly blessed with an audience that knows how to cut jokes. Good ones. I'm terrible at it. I'm more of the, as I've told my dad at various points, you know, he talks about having the gift of gab. I am not charismatic with my version of the gift of gab. What I am more than anything is a diplomat. I am someone who is capable of, I hate wording it like this, but I'm capable of conforming to multiple different kinds of social groups and figuring out how they work. And then, you know, based on my observations, I can find some kind of common ground, or I'm good at listening to people. But I'm not necessarily good at making people laugh. Two very different forms of charisma, right? Both mention dealing with people, both involve dealing with people, but one is the great at cocktail parties. The other is more of a mediating, more of the mediatory kind of charisma, but they're both charisma. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, one does not need to sell them, but you have 672,500 Poké worth of items in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Better than me, I suppose. See, I would have sold the stuff I don't need. Because that's 672,000 Poké that I wouldn't have had before, but that's just me. Mr. Rasby says that is the utmost autistic way to say it. It's the only way I know how. I'm sure there's a better, less repellent way of saying it. Mr. Rasby says, I bet Coin is good at cocktail parties. The only kind of party I'm good at is, I went the wrong way. I need to not... No, I just bypassed what it is I'm doing. The only kind of party... No, I take that back. I'm having to think on it now. I know that's a joke, right? Like, I'm thinking too hard. What face? But... Again, I go back to what I was saying before. I'm good at parties where I'm not the main character. Or I can just kind of sit back and observe people. And then I make conversation when I'm good and ready. And not a moment before. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you're going to head off now? Bye all. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Jason. It's good to have your company, as always. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, I'll see you when I see you. Take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to continue being hard at work collecting these Koroks. Because they aren't collecting themselves. Okay. Now we gotta mark 6 more of them. Again, for those that are new here or haven't been here in a while, if you guys want to follow along as we're collecting Korok seeds, because 300-400 of them are rocks that you literally pick up in the middle of nowhere. And another 100 of them are pairs of Koroks that go all over the goddess Hylia's creation. And I can't be arsed to track them all. If you guys type in !TotK MAP in Twitch, I think I'm about to put a workaround in for demonstrating the commands. I just need to scroll up on YouTube. For you guys on YouTube, if you type in *TotK MAP, you'll get the same object map. The object map is what I use in order to, I think we could just, can we, like, that's edit the sub action. No, there's no way to, like, easily test it. I guess it would be from latest. Yeah, that might be part of the problem. Oh, no. I know what I do. I test the trigger. That's what's going on. Yep. Figured it out. Still working out all the kinks when it comes to streamer.bot. I had to figure out how I was testing this. The test trigger is literally not working. Interesting. But like I was saying, the object map is how we are finding all of these Koroks, because there are 1,000 of them in Tears of the Kingdom, which is a huge number. That is a huge number of Koroks to have to, like, track. And again, some of them are literally just find a rock, climb a tree, make your way to some obscure point on the map, and you just kind of have to know that that's where Korok is going to be. And you can use your intuition with, if you've played Breath of the Wild, you have some intuition for where some of these things will be, but even then, I still find it annoying. Like, Nintendo really did just want to own your ass for, like, a full year. Just straight up. Like, Shin Megami Tensei levels of own your ass. You know what I'm saying? They really wanted you to be busy with the busiest of busy work. I just need to find where this is. I think it's here. Let's see. Oh, another word that seems to summon Aelin. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. No, we have not beat any ass yet. We've been talking about ramming, but not necessarily beating ass. I will make a point to try to do that soon. I will make a point to try to do that soon. How are things in your slice of terra firma, Mr. Alan? Let me just find the correct one. Wow, when the ambient sound really cuts out, it just really cuts out, doesn't it? Oh, this is probably my favorite part of, like, the Wild Air games. Like, just being able to fly on a machine. Fly on a machine, fly through the open sky. Which is, I guess it's strange, right? Because I have a fear of heights. I think I've mentioned it a few times, but I do have a genuine fear of heights. Like, it's not like the worst phobia ever to have. I don't have the most severe version of it. But if I look down off of cliffs for often enough, you know, I make a exorbitantly high jump in a video game, or, you know, where literally the game can make my heart jump out of my chest. Are you serious, video game? All right. I do the beach Koroks have a really bad habit of not telling me where they're gonna be. I really hate that. It's like over here then. Anyone says, good, you went to this place called the Book Barn? Nice, nice. You got like 10 books for $10. Oh, nice. That's like me going to Second and Charles, where you can get books on the thrift. Did you get books of like different sizes? Were they like were they like fiction, non-fiction? I'm curious as to what you picked up, if you feel comfortable in sharing that. If not, no big deal, but... Oh, it's literally right here. Oh, and then I guess we also have someone we need to go deal with. Would you like to get lost, Mr. Bokoblin? Bye. I'm saved. Mr. Alan says, I got this series by Robert Jordan, The Wheel of Time. Oh, I hear that's a pretty good one. I hear like that's a well-recommended series, actually. That's like a bargain. That's almost a steal, now that I think on it. What, is it like an old copy of the book? Mr. Rasby says 10 bitches for $10. That would also be a steal. However, I would be really worried about, you know, personal health. Sorry, I needed that drink. Mr. Rasby says, "Oh, it's about time." I think it's like I think it's a fantasy novel, if I recall right. I remember seeing cover art for the Wheel of Time, like, book series. Because my stepmother is an avid reader of literature, both mundane and you know, more exotic. And she's often talked about getting that series. I think she might have it on Kindle. Mr. Alan says, I read the first two as a kid. Oh, so you're already familiar with it. That's cool. And your dad has all the first editions, but you just wanted your own You wanted your own copies? Yeah, that I totally get that. It's like having your own stuff. You want to be able to go in and pen and maybe make notes. I don't recommend it for just a plain old fiction book, of course. But I'm that type of reader where if I see something, in a book and I don't think I'm gonna remember, I would really like to annotate it. Yes, if that makes me a rube, then so be it. I guess I'm a book rube, but that's just from my time in academia where, we would write and scribble in our the books we didn't plan on returning. Yeah, write all over them. Mr. Rasby says, it's about time to read that, I mean. Yeah, I definitely could read more literature. I really don't read much, mostly because I game instead and I do reading there. But I'm more of an audiobook person. I always have been. I'm just not. It's hard to sit down and read, one. And two, because I'm just so busy, I often need to be doing something else whenever I am pursuing literature. So having it in audiobook form is nice. Maybe it's the ADD that I have. I don't know. Or maybe it's the particular way my ADD manifests itself. Sorry, I felt like I was sinking in my chair a bit there. Mr. Resby says, I usually find it easier to sit down and read. I mean, the sitting and reading is... Oh, that's kind of a joke. You haven't tried reading and standing. For me, that's more so I need to be doing 2 or 3 things at once these days. So it's easier if the book is on audio, right? If I'm like, wait, what was that? I can quickly shift my attention, rewind the audiobook, and then listen actively as opposed to passively, and then go back to what I was doing. I do this all the time when I'm working on Pathfinder tabletop stuff. I've been listening to other things in the background, or I'm grinding in Breath of the Wild. I'll have something on that I can listen to either as my way of supporting content creators for the day, or if it's something important like how to draw X or Y in Krita, because of course I search that, then that's what I have as well. Art tutorials, a lot of art tutorials. I really want to try to make a tablet happen next year, because let me tell you, drawing stuff on mouse and keyboard is vexing and challenging. Because you'll hear the video. This is the last thing I'll say before I need to keep this moving. I can't tell you the number of times I have looked at an art tutorial, right? And they tell me to just adjust the pressure at which you draw. I'm like, ma'am and or sir, this is a Wendy's? I cannot do that. I draw on mouse and keyboard. I literally have to adjust the opacity of the brush as I paint. There is no continuous way to do it with mouse and keyboard. You have to make discrete blockwise adjustments, like reading a piecewise graph, basically. Mr. Resby says, I got a graphic tablet recently. Nice. The Intuos, nice. Aylin says, I know Rosamund Pike did the first 3 audiobooks of Wheel of Time. I guess I can probably ask this, Aylin. Are you more of a physical book person, or do you prefer audiobooks? I'll open that to other people too. Do you guys like written medium? Like books, novels, magazines, that sort of thing? Or are you more of an audio person? I'm more of an audio person. But that's because when I'm reading, I'm usually reading for information. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, to adjust the pressure on the MKB, you need to change from the epic music to the chill music. Audiobooks, heard of them. Kappa. Yeah, I've heard of them. I hear them all the time. Mr. Rasby says, I actually don't read books at all. You get your info from people directly. I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I read. I read news headlines all the time. It's why I drive myself so ape all the time. But I refuse to have my head buried in the sand for even a moment. For even one blink of a moment. Perhaps much to my own detriment. But when I'm not reading headlines, right, I like getting my information from people. Even if I know what the answer is, maybe they have some other piece of context that could be interesting. So I like hearing what people have to say. Aylin says, I prefer audiobooks for when you drive. Or you prefer audiobooks for when you drive. Fair. I totally get that. You can keep reading, quote unquote, while you're driving. It's a nice simultasking thing. Mr. Rasby says maybe it's validating to hear stuff. That's probably part of it. Like subconsciously, maybe perhaps I'm seeking validation in some school of thought or another, but I don't think that that's the whole of it. I think it's more of the... How do I word this? It's not like I need someone's validation to do research, right? I think of it more like as part of like the journalistic process. People can help point you in places where you should be doing your research. That's how I like to view it. Is the people can help refine what you're searching for online. Mr. Resby says reading while driving keeps you sharp. Or at least your turn sharp. I don't know about that one. Aylin says, and Rosamund Pike does all the singing and voices, and it's pretty funny. Oh, so the author also does the audiobooks, and she also does the singing and voices. Oh, that's got to be an exercise in frustration, to be sure. Imagine how many takes one has to make in order to make the make that audible, believable, and not have the reader or listener literally snorting laughter. That's not to say their performance is bad, just that, you know, people have the people that write books have their knowledge in writing books, not necessarily in, voice acting or script reading. I thought my story was over for sure this time, but thanks to you, the legend of Benny continues. This is for saving me. Oh, I did not like that. I just touched the top of my nose, and pressing down made it hurt. Aylin says no. Rosamund Pike is one of the characters in the show. Oh, okay. That makes some sense now. That's pretty cool. The author is dead. Oh. Macabre, but makes sense. I guess I thought Rosamund Pike was the author. Rosamund Pike was the author for some silly reason, but... Oh, no. Rosamund is reading the script for the audiobook. Yes, Coin. Literally reading comprehension 5-head. Am I right or am I right?
Oh.
I'm still chasing down the biggest mystery in Hyrule. The geoglyphs. I rushed over as soon as I heard the rumors that a geoglyph was spotted around here. I could say my reading comprehension isn't going to bode real well when I go to write the saucy literature. I take it that if you're here, you're after the same thing. Well, I nailed it, didn't I? The problem is I've walked all around this area, but haven't found the geoglyph that brought me here. But complaining about it won't get any results. I'll rest for a bit and pick up the search again soon. See you around. And best of luck in your travels. You're welcome. Alan says he actually died because it was over. So his family got Brandon Sanderson to finish it. Oh, or his family actually, oh, he actually died before it's over. Okay, yeah, got it. That's what I'm here. That's where I recognize that name from. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's unfortunate. I'm trying to think of another author that was like, that had to come in and finish a book like that. Didn't Tolkien have to like didn't people have to have a son to help finish writing the Silmarillion or whatever? I'm probably definitely forgetting for sure. I also definitely went in the wrong direction. That was like a huge fact that I just never quite remembered. That always kind of sucks too when you have to like bring in another author to finish the works of the previous author. The Silmarillion is just a collection of Tolkien's notes from when he was writing The Lord of the Rings. Indeed. But it got published into like a whole book, though. They took the notes and compiled it in one nice, easy-to-read place. If I remember my Lord of the Rings. Exactly. See, that's what I thought, Alan. His son just edited them together. Makes sense. So he didn't write anything. He just put them together for publishing. All right, let's get this thing stapled onto the back of our bike and let's keep it moving. Because the more I sit and chat, you know, the less I'm gonna be able to you know, put some enemies in their place with some explosions. Mr. Rasby says, well, gonna wind down. Good night. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Rasby. I do hope, you know, things pick up for you and you get to feeling, you know, things get better for you sooner rather than later. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. But if for whatever reason, you know, you and I never see each other again, do rest well, or do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to leave it to Aelin for the song. My God. Bye, bitch. Hope you get rammed in the best possible. Good Lord. My God. I don't know what to do with that sentence. that really is going to be passing legacy on this channel. It's just ramming the bitches, plural. It's not like my channel is not marketed as like adult in the first place. It is, but I always try to mind, you know, how much I'm cussing, right? Because the more I cuss, right, the more cussing that gets read out, the more likely the algorithm is going to pick up on it, and the worse that video does. Things that I don't normally talk about, because A, they're not that important to the entertainment, but B, you know, I don't want to stymie speech either, right? It's one of those. That's just the cost of doing business, right? It's just the cost of doing business. And the cost of doing business is sometimes, for me, I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm not monetized, right? But being algorithmically suppressed still hurts. And it hurts bunches. Although I do want to thank everyone for subscribing on YouTube. I'm really happy with the 125 subscribers we've gotten. I would like to reach 150 I'd say by the end of January next year. I don't think I'm going to make that too many more subscribers just because, you know, I know my long form content has kind of dried up lately. Especially with Elden Ring Reforged 2.0. I fear I may have to repeat, you know, recordings for that. Aelin says, Mr. Coin, I give you express permission to skip over my effing swearing. I've already been kind of doing that. But I appreciate the latitude. If I feel compelled to skip it, then, you know, I'll use some other word, right? But when people are talking about ramming the bitches, and I'm choosing to walk into that one here. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Speaking of walking into things, we definitely walked right into that incoming warning for the ad storm at the top of the hour. I really do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it, as always. You guys are amazing company. We do take breaks at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head that appears at the top of the hour. It lasts 3 minutes. When that timer is over, the commercial break will be over. And then we can get back to the gaming, the stuff that people actually care about. I structure these commercial breaks in a way that minimizes FOMO. So I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the exact same time. It works out better this way. No one has to miss any content unless, you know, something is quite literally out of the bounds of my control. Like Twitch choosing to say, air the ads 3 minutes after my timer instead of, you know, when I program it to. Things like that. Not much I can do about that if they decide to do that, right? I just have to keep soldiering on, maybe adjust the timer or do something else to get it to play nice again. But it's one of those, if the chat is like nothing but you know, ramming, like if we're all saying ramming bitches, like, and there's just like a whole block of that, YouTube does not like this. Even though I'm not monetized, right, they still run ads on top of my VODs. I don't see them because I have a YouTube Premium family membership. Like, so I don't have to put up with that. But I know watching ads over like a 4-hour long VOD is not fun. It's not fun. If any of my clients ever allow me to use YouTube, I know from experience, because I tend to leave it on the guest account. I sit through the ads, all of them. Some of them, other than like the 1 hour and 20 minute or like 2-hour ads, my God, some people just pay YouTube to advertise anything, and they really will. But they will really advertise almost anything, including like a sophomore project for, I don't know, like a film, an upcoming film, or a documentary or something. It's wild what they permit as an ad, and especially if they're unskippable. So I try not to I try not to put people through that undue burden in the first place, which is why I structure the ad breaks like I do. But I want to try getting back to the previous topic. I don't want to skip over people's sentences if I don't need to. But I do appreciate being given the latitude to do that. It's always nice to have that, right? Like the express permission, right? Rather than it's nice to have express permission rather than just, oh, I'm making an executive decision. I sure hope you know, folks don't mind that kind of thing. Oh no, it's over here, really? Well then what's this then? Are these both? These are both core. Oh my god. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's underneath here. There's a rock. It's probably like this one right here. Let's see if I'm right. Probably just in time for the commercial break soonish. .tm. Huh. Never mind. See. Probably gonna climb up this. I'm trying to like guess when the commercial break is gonna trigger. Right now, actually. Well, I'll have to see you guys after the commercial break then. See you guys then. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I was readjusting my chair, which is why it took me a few extra seconds to come back. Let's see if we can't catch up and...
It's unthinkable to act against the Empire?
Indeed. Also, did I not... I could have swore I think I did collect that. Now I'm forgetting to mark things. It's this one, right? Yep, sure did. That I certainly don't want to be flying over Hylia's green creation trying to find Koroks I've already taken care of. I think we have 2 left in this region, and then we can start spelunking. Won't that be exciting? Thank you for the redeem, Alan. Much appreciated. It's nice to see folks are making use of those. When I authored them, you know, I did, when I put them together, you know, I thought they might see some use here and there, but for the most part, I knew that if I weren't actively pushing or promoting them, I figured they probably wouldn't see much use. But they do. People either... You cannot be serious, video game. Are you... What? Okay. You know what? Before I deal with this Korok, I'm gonna grab the other one, which is gonna bring us over here, if I'm recalling correctly. And then I'll make a note. Let's see, this pin is probably fine. I'll make a note and go from there. Hello there, BC West 2011. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're wrapping up Korok hunting in the Rabella wetlands region, and soon we'll be on to digging around in caves and such. Hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma, BC West 2011. And if you don't mind my asking, how familiar are you with Tears of the Kingdom as a game? Is it a game you've played often, beaten multiple times, kind of new? Just curious. Alan says, I mean, they convey a message, and sometimes that message fits the situation. That's kind of, yeah, I get that point of view, and I think that's what I intended them to be. I also didn't want the soundboard messages to be the same stuff that everyone else is using, right? Like, I'm sure I could fill it up with Pepe memes, or like typical brain rot, or the numbers that shall not be repeated in the order that they are repeated in at schools and college campuses everywhere, because of how insidiously bad the brain rot is. I don't want to do that. So I've tried to pick different stuff. Alan says also, hi, you're the class swearing connoisseur. Yep. More than that, of course, but that is beginning to be a badge for you. Let's get this one ready to go on the rocks. Alan says, siente? Oh my god, that was a bad butchering of that. And I know how to count to 10. Siente. Yes. Siente. Exactly. Say it in Spanish. And so no one knows, few people know what the meme is. BC West 2011 says, you have all the hearts in the game. It took you 3 months. Nice. We're working our way up to that ourselves. Although I should probably say we're working towards completing all the shrines in the game, more so than having all the hearts in the game, because we have we opted for extra stamina instead. Because I think if I remember my Tears of the Kingdom and what, my audience has blessed me with in terms of knowledge, I'm pretty sure you have to pick between 40 hearts or 3 wheels of stamina, if I'm remembering right. But 3 months is not bad for all hearts. It's really not. That means you beat all the dungeons, beat all the bosses, got those heart containers, and you did all the shrines. Had to. Oh, that's nice. Was Tears of the Kingdom a game you enjoyed then, BC West 2011? I don't think you would go through the game if you didn't enjoy it, but sometimes, if you're a completionist, sometimes you complete things out of spite rather than, out of enjoyment. I can fall in that category sometimes. So I at least consider it a question worth asking. Yeah. All right, let's get you on the road over here. All right, let's see. Where was this? This was... Yeah, this should be the friend, which means we make it turn to the right. Yep, that's exactly correct. We're like we're about to hit 78% of the way done on Koroks, and I would say 26 out of 38. That's like almost 2/3 of the way through the number of heart containers we could possibly get. For 100%, and we are going for 100% live Let's Play, I think we're making great progress. It's just not always the most fun thing to look at. It really isn't. Sometimes, even watching like a 100% Let's Play of Tears of the Kingdom can be... there are parts that you definitely skip in the Let's Play, right? And that's like this section right here. I don't blame anyone for that, honestly. I'll come around and say it. I think the Koroks really do hold back the 100% experience in the Wild Era games. That includes like the Age of Calamity, Age of Imprisonment games too. I'm not buying their implementation. It could have been done way better. Aelin says random, but I just learned that you were named after a Beatles song. Oh, that's nice. Now here's the trick question. Do you like that Beatles song? Not everyone likes the reference that they were named after. Not everyone, enjoys or understands the reference for which someone could be named. It's like if someone had named me because of, Stephen King, because that's my first name is Stephen. Not revealing my last name for obvious reasons, but my first name is Stephen. But I might not like, Stephen King's work. So, what? Hello? Wait, where did that Korok go? What? Oh, no. No, okay. No, I'm being silly. Wasn't I toting something else? Aelin says, yeah, it's about murdering people with a hammer. Well, I mean, if it's a bop, you can hop. That's all I'm gonna say. BC West 2011 asks, how's my day going? My day is going fine. My day is going just great. I have all of you lovely people to keep me company. I'm truly blessed with an amazing audience. But outside of that, we're I'm gonna be going over, story stuff with my friends in about half an hour. So I'm definitely cutting and running today for those that are just wanting a forecast of what the end of stream looks like. I'm looking forward to dinner. I had a cup of peppermint tea today. I'm showered. I'm cleaned. I did productive housework today. I'm feeling in a particularly good mood. So I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, BC West, though. I hope you're also doing well. Which I believe you already answered, so that's more of a sentimental question. Let's see. No, actually, that's fine. That's good, thank you. Yeah, I trust things are going well with you. Because I know this world is this world's in a dark place. Kind of a hopeless. It feels hopeless. Even if it's not hopeless, it feels hopeless. Misery incarnate. But even if it is, right, it's not truly without hope. Oh, right. Yeah, we want to head out toward you. Oh, and I was saying that we were done. We still have this island to do, different island to do. Did I got these, right? Yes, I did. I need to make sure I'm marking those. And I actually probably, yes, let's go back. Let's go here first. So we're going to be taking this Korok for a bit of a ride. Let's take it for a ride. And then we'll go to the island and grab a few more. So much for spelunking. I totally forgot to count Eventide Island, or whatever it's going to be called now. I guess Coholent Rock, as a reference to Oracle of Seasons. Here's a question I can ask, and I think I've asked this before. This is just to everyone that's listening. Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons? Which one do you prefer, and, why? I like Oracle of Ages myself. I think I've mentioned it before, but always worth mentioning again. I usually never ask a question I don't answer myself, because if I'm asking other people to bare their soul, I better do so in return. But I really liked the villain, Baron. I quite enjoy. I quite enjoy this story. It's not just, oh, here's Ganon. Here's the bad guy Ganon or Ganondorf for Vati if you're as like a second mainline villain. But yeah, I like puzzle solving, so I prefer Oracle of Ages, but if you like action, you might like Oracle of Seasons more, because it's less puzzly, and it's a lot of the dungeons references in Oracle of Seasons are based on Zelda 1. So so I just like asking these kinds of questions from time to time. Keeps everyone engaged and busy. Mr. Shiny says, welcome back, Mr. Shiny, by the way. I trust things went smoothly for you since the last time we've talked. Mr. Shiny says, those Korok rock puzzles spiral out of control. Oh, I marked a Korok when I didn't mean to. Whoopsie. That's supposed to be numpad number 6. Alan says, haven't played either, so Oracle of Delphi? I guess if you were wanting an in-lore, rebuttal to that, it'd be Oracle of Secrets, right? The canceled one that would have dealt with Furore, rather than Din or Nehru or their astral representatives in Hyrule. And then the last of those comments are replies to each other, so I will skip over those. BC West 2011, you have the furry armor in the game? Are we talking like Tears of the Kingdom? BC West? Because if that's the case, I'm trying to think of furry armor. Let me think. Furry armor. What would be furry armor? The only thing that comes to mind for me is like the Barbarian set. Or like the Snowquill set. But the Snowquill set is packed with down. What else could it be? The furry set. Maybe it's something we haven't seen yet. Mr. Shiny says, come to think of it, Oracle of Ages being the puzzle one makes sense, since with age comes wisdom. That means Oracle of Seasons is for a seasoned fighter. Here's a laugh track just for that one. Pretty good one though. You get that for completing all the shrines, which we have not done yet, so that makes sense. All right, Mr. Korok, you ready to resume your journey? We've got an island to head to. Then as soon as we do that, I hope we don't have to leave that island until after we get the rest of these Koroks, like, returned. And then we can kind of just explore the island all on its own from there. Do we want to deal... I think we deal with Tinoco Island after we deal with Koholint Rock. That's always a... no. Koholint is not Oracle of Seasons. What am I thinking? Koholint Rock is Link's Awakening. My goodness. I can't believe I was that dense. Mr. Shiny says, I have a feeling once you see the armor in its full glory, you'll have about as many complaints about it as I do. Oh. Very well. I will be armed. You have armed me with the necessary knowledge regarding that. It can't be any worse than, like, I don't know, say, it can't be worse than, like, the glowing set, right? Like, the glowing set is cool, but, like, God, does it look, not great. I'm not even gonna attempt to read that last one, because A, it's at someone, and B, spoilers. We're definitely using a large charge to get through the rest. Well, actually, maybe not. You know what? Hold on. I think we can make do without one of those. I think one more battery ought to help us out. It would have been too dicey otherwise. Okay, so it is Eventide Island. What? I could have sworn that this would have been called a different name by now. I guess we can talk to a person on Eventide Island? Man, to think that Eventide Island used to be a place that was feared for making you strip down to your trousers and have you do a challenge all over again. Now it doesn't do this whatsoever. That face. Hold on. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at people's faces, but it's just it's so shrew-like. It's so scrunched together. Let's see. BC West says it is weird. Mr. Shiny says that's not the complaint. There are more important aspects of the armor that grind your gears. Oh, I see. Alan says, anywho, enjoy your next 24 hours, everybody. Thank you so much for stopping by, Alan. I assume that was your departure statement. You've been wonderful company, as always. Do rest well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't get to see you again, for whatever reason, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, I'm going to finish reading comments and then keep this moving. BC West says it is good. Okay. If and you say so. Mr. Shiny says, do you recognize this man? It's the guy from Breath of the Wild who left his friends in the Gerudo Canyon. Ah, yes, Sesame. I would have taken a look at the name and been like, oh, so that's what's going on, huh? Sesame, Mister, you must have a death wish to make your way to this island. You've heard the rumors, right? They say this is where the pirates that attacked Lurlin Village hide out. I mean, I sure don't want to be here, but I'm on a mission to locate the pirates' hideout for the monster control crew. Wow, you've come a long way, my friend, from being the scaredy cat to being a part of the monster control crew. From what I've seen, this island has 3 monster strongholds. Oh my god, that's a lot of them. I do think the pirate's hideout is somewhere on this island. But I can't do a thorough search with those strongholds in my way. I want to finish my scouting and go home already. If only those monster strongholds weren't there. Seeking the pirate hideout. You met Sesame at the monster control crew on Eventide Island in Hyrule's southeastern sea. He was sent to scout out a pirate hideout, but the 3 monster strongholds on the island are hindering his progress. I see. Well, first things first, we're going to clean up Koroks before we even do any of the rest of that. Wait. Did that tell me there's a pattern or... Okay, no. I think what I was reading was just weird to me. All right. I'm gonna trust there are no more Korok friends here. It's in the back. Well, all in due time. The boat. Yeah, all in due time, BC West. We'll get there eventually. We gotta finish rescuing our sprightly friends. Mr. Shiny says, I do believe that almost all Breath of the Wild NPCs made their way to Tears of the Kingdom, as I would expect for being a sequel. And you can find them to get to know what they're up to after defeating the Calamity Ganon. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we have, it looks like 4... Yes, 4. 4 left to go. Let's see. And are any of them friends? Anything I should be worried about? I don't think so. And no. Okay, we're good. We can mark these locations then. I don't have to worry about anything else. This one's probably here. This one is like here. If any of you guys want to follow along as we're collecting all these Koroks, feel free to type in !TOTK MAP into the chat to get a link to the object map. If you guys are on YouTube, it'll be *TOTK MAP. There should be a chatbot making the rounds to provide those commands to you. Also, they are available on my Discord, which I should probably shill right now. I am cultivating a Discord server, you know, one community member or a couple community members at a time. We vote on things on our Discord server. So if you guys want to make good use of your channel, to make good use of your paid benefits from either being a Twitch subscriber or Patreon or Coffee member or whatever have you, my Discord is where the voting happens. We are voting on what game we would like to see next out of 10 options, 9 of which are actual games, and the 10th one is I pick. Like, you want me, the streamer, to pick. So if you guys like that sort of thing, you guys like voting on content on various channels, I think you'll like my Discord. We also have places to post pictures. There's a general chat that's Roundtable Hold. The Roundtable Hold channel in my server. I release thumbnails to you guys after the stream is finished. There are all kinds of goodies in my Discord server. I work really, really hard to curate it. So if you like information like indexes and what have you, you'll enjoy it. Might as well do these in order. And then I think us doing this quest, right, is gonna let us engage in some spelunking. At least that's my hope anyway. Okay. I hope these are the same, and then we just have one more. When I'm good, I'm good. What can I say? I used to be amazing at archery. Now I'm like okay at it in this game, but it's fine. I'm fine with stationary targets. It's always the moving ones that are an issue for me. You know, as is the case with most things that you shoot at in a video game, it's usually the moving target. He says while being a sniper in other video games. Go in the chasm. I appreciate the directions, BC West, but I kind of have my own plan. I would appreciate it if you let me to execute that plan, please. I don't mind some level of backseating, but when it gets to the point of telling me to do this or that, just being funny, okay? If you're making a joke, that's cool. I just didn't think it was a joke. That's all. We're gonna, like, head up here. Actually, I don't know if I want to head all the way up there. No worries, BC West. We just had a misunderstanding in communication. That's all that happened. No big deal. But now the communication error has been ironed out, yeah? Not here to chastise or ban anyone, just... Okay, I think we're supposed to jump into that stump there. That's the only thing that's making sense to me. So I guess we're gonna go up here and find out. Oh, hello. Oh, right, this is part of the stronghold. No, oh god. Oh, Lord. Okay, quickly. No, not a bomb, not a bomb. This. Bop. Look, I was not looking to do this right now. This right here. Oh no, that would have been terrible. But I do intend on going in that chasm eventually. Typically the way that I structure things, I can kind of use this to springboard into how I cover each region, other than when we're doing the story stuff. So I like to start with the tower, and then we go through the sky, and then the surface, then the caves, then the depth. I have an order I like to do things in. And that's just to make sure we've searched everything from top to bottom. You know, we're not missing anything, etc., etc. Yeah, of course, falling into the mud is fantastic. Please tell me I can, like, freeze this. I remember this not working super well before. Okay, good. I was a bit worried about that. If it weren't for the full 100% Let's Play nature of the stream, VOD series you can find on YouTube, by the way, youtube.com/coinstamp. Because of the nature of this being a full Let's Play, we are going to be doing everything, and hence why I try to do things in a top-down order. I could also have done it in a bottom-up order, like that part wouldn't have really mattered, but it's the thoroughness of the thing. I want to make sure I'm being thorough. Speaking of which, I guess I have a question, and this is moreover, you know, me feeling where everybody's, did I not mark that one correctly? I guess I didn't. Okay. Fixed. Any percent Let's Plays, or like just naturally playing the game, right? If you get 100%, you get it. If you don't, you don't. But are you guys 100% Let's Play enjoyers, or do you guys prefer watching any percents on like YouTube or what have you? Because 100% Let's Plays are like a longer affair, right? They're not always everyone's cup of tea. Let's see. BC West says any percent. That's cool. That's fair. That's totally fair. Mr. Shiny says it depends on what game. That's also fair, and I think that makes sense. I think that's where a lot of people would end up. Me personally, like, if I start watching a Let's Play, I typically want to see the full thing. I like seeing the dialogue. Really? That Korok went so far. I guess we might as well take a picture while we're waiting on it to come back around. Just wait for it. There we go. Like, I want to see the actual dialogue. Like, as much of it as humanly possible. I dislike when someone is marketing a Let's Play as 100% and they're not doing deep dives on anything. Or they're not... It's why I like Chugga Conroy's work so much, because yeah, it's a 100% Let's Play, but he goes well and truly above that, right? He's covering the behind the scenes, like, lore behind the game, or, he talks about some things that didn't make it into production. Kind of like if it were a modified video essay. It's why I really like that style of Let's Play. Now, I know that those are some tall boots that I'm talking about there. Mr. Chugga Conroy is very popular for a reason. But what I am saying is, if I want to watch a Let's Play of something, I want to see everything. Because I don't know if I'll ever get to a point where I could play the game and see everything for myself, right? Had to adjust my seat there. I felt like I was a bit low in my chair. And I was right. BC West says, like, Mr. A Game. Mr. A Game. I feel like I know that name somewhere. Is Mr. A Game a glitch hunter by chance? I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the wrong person here. But, I don't know until I ask. I'm like perpetually online, but I don't know everything. Oh, that was close. BC West says, look him up on YouTube. I think I can spare a quick second to do that. Sure. You mean, un momento per favore. That's Italian for a one moment, please. It's like I'm not bilingual, but Italian was the thing that I did take. I did use an app to try to like help me learn it. So some things stuck, and that phrase is like the one that sticks the most. Let's see. We'll be here. Okay, we search. Mr. A Game has 347,000 subscribers. Has a banner with what appears to be Mario stuck in a trash can. Is that correct, Mr. BC West? And while I'm waiting for confirmation, Mr. Shiny says, oh, Chug, I remember him from his Pokemon Coliseum Let's Play, especially the part where it didn't affect Miss Drevis. Yeah, that's his like most infamous thing. Okay. That's good, Mr. BC West. Now I know for the future. I will make sure to keep this on my radar without dropping my phone. I fear if I drop it one more time, I'm not gonna have a phone for like at least a month, and that would be awful. But yeah, like just completing a game is perfectly fine. Because everyone has, it's all about this type of spin you put on the game, right? That's mostly what it comes down to is, you know, what spin do you put on your Let's Play? What humor can you inject to make it truly a piece of entertainment and not just, oh, I watched X dude play a game for X number of hours, and I think, oh, there's a shrine back here. I'm worried that the shrine is I'm worried that the strongholds, what am I thinking? I'm worried the strongholds are tied to this. But you're saying it's the boat. Sure, we can turn around. Ideally without, you know, ramming into the ceiling. Don't think the boat's in the cave. I think the boat is somewhere around. I guess let's see if we can't find it. And for me, that unfortunately is kind of a problem, you know, going back to the, like, what humor do you inject in the thing to make it funny? I am not a very funny person. I'm really not. For those that have seen, like, my 20 Dragon Quest episodes, comes when you do all the strongholds. Yes, that, I kind of figured that would probably be, that was the next, that was going to be my next line of thinking. So we need to just pick a stronghold and go for it. Let's start chopping them down. And I guess if we're going to be using this hover bike a while, I haven't been putting a bright bloom seed on this. I should do that. we might be going a long distance without getting it back. Okay, I would like to maybe make a distraction. Let's see, what can I do? And Mr. Shiny says, oh, this quest can progress only if you tackle all the other strongholds. Yep, you and BC West are saying the exact same thing there. Gotta be careful. I need to get up this ladder really quick. Nope. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, Bokoblin. Really? I guess I'm dropping the thing. You can actually get a pretty nice rhythm for these. I was not expecting that. Ah, I see where you are. Puff over there. Ah. Is that a John Cena impression, Mr. Coin? No, to be honest, no. I'm terrible at impressions. But, I know it's like You Can't See Me is like the really apropos impression of him. It's the one everyone knows about John Cena. But I know he's said other statements of a sort before. I think I was drawing more off of a Madagascar reference than anything. You know, the movie with the talking animals, with the lead voiced by Ben Stiller. There's a group of penguins in there, and I think the line goes something like, you didn't see anything. Or something along those lines. I know, me, the non-film buff, you know, aware of movies. I do not... What the heck? What the heck is this? An Ice Breath Lizalfos Reaper. Okay, it's just the horn makes it look like a dagger, which I think is really cool. I'm more of a spear enthusiast myself, but if I can't have a spear, yeah, hand me 2 daggers. Mr. Shiny says, oh, I remember that movie from the Polish dubbing, which you think was an absolute masterpiece. Oh, how saucy is the Polish dub? I cannot imagine, I can't imagine that, of course, it's not going to come across the same way to me because I'm not Polish, but I'm willing to bet there are some things that are maybe both more obscene and perhaps funnier, because we're not, it's a combination of, like, language and censorship, right? Famously, America has problems depicting sex, but is perfectly fine talking about, you know, blowing stuff up all the time. Whereas other countries, it's kind of the other way around. You know, make of that what you will. And so a lot of things that people think are sort of, oh no, you know what? Nope. Nope. Escape. Escape. 2, 3. Cool. Oh, there's one here. Thank you, Tulin. Although I don't want you shooting them off the platform. I would like the treasure, please. That's fine. I don't need that particular horn. Mr. BC West says that's cool. Glad you think so. Ooh, is there anything in here? There's a whole bunch of stuff which you don't really care for. Don't need. I believe our last stronghold is like... Yeah, it's like literally over that way somewhat. Yeah, I'm not a film buff, but I do know some quotes. I did not mean to do that. Come on, Link. I need you to, like, get up through there. BC West asks, what kind of movies do I like? Oh, that is a fun question. I am very eclectic when it comes to movie taste. I'm usually not a film goer. I don't know. It's hard for me to sit down to a movie when so many of them are, like, depict kissing and, you know, they're meant to sell sex, right? I hate that stuff. Like, if there's going to be a scene like that in a movie, fade it to black, please, so I don't have to, like, sit through it. So the kinds of movies I generally enjoy are... Let's see. It's easier to tell you what I've watched. V for Vendetta. Young Adult with Charlize Theron and Patton Oswalt. Excuse me. You have... Of Gods and Men with Christian Bale in it. That's really about it. Most other films or movies that I've watched I've generally had my family along for the ride, and usually I'm the one getting knuckle dragged to go see it, or we sit down and see it as part of a group affair. So I tend to be of the mindset, oh, I'm watching out of obligation, right? I'm watching to make them happy. I'm not usually watching for me. BC West asks, have I seen Top Gun? Bits. My dad's like a huge fan of Top Gun, so it's been on in the house at various points when I'm here, and so I've just seen snippets of it. Not only Top Gun, but like the sequel to it as well. BC West says it's a good movie. A lot of people think so. And it is the movie that Tom Cruise, I think, is the most famous for, is Top Gun. Like, his performance in Top Gun is that incredible. So I can understand why. I think he gives it a very good public lift. That type of movie is not really my thing, though. And you'd think, oh, I play video games, so maybe a fantasy movie, right? Unfortunately, a lot of fantasy movies, again, I go back to they put the sex on the screen and so it sells. There's all the kissing and the touching, and I don't like it. I end up wanting to leave midway. So I just tend not to go see movies that much. Even watching them at home, I want to, like, try to be doing two things at once here. Even with that, right? I'm not letting you spot me. No throwing rocks. I also want to not have fire fruit blowing everywhere. But, you know, you and my dad would get along well in that regard then. He also, it's like one of his personal favorites. He likes Top Gun a lot. He plays clips that people put together of the movie, like, super often. It's a phase of his on YouTube, I'll put it that way. I'm more of a game nerd. Like, that's my world, is just gaming. It's why I'm here doing this. I want to share that world with everyone else. For those that maybe don't know my style of content, I am a huge RPG and action adventure enthusiast. I generally like these types of games, which generally don't perform all that well on Twitch, not action oriented enough, and so on. So if you guys like that sort of stuff and you want to see more of it, I think this channel is probably right up your alley then. I'm surprised that didn't blow up in my face when we were, you know, when we were right here in the thick of it earlier. I'm really surprised. BC West says both of your grandfathers, I guess, were in the Air Force. Oh, nice. I don't know why I'm getting ready to mark a Korok seed. I don't need to do that. We're done with that here. Yeah, that's cool. You know, I'll thank your grandfathers for their service. I know being a veteran of various militaries is not the easiest thing in the whole wide world. There's a lot of personal sacrifice. Okay, let me not put this here and instead do things this way. Let's do it like this. That's gonna work way better. Okay, so we have this. You've cleared out all 3 monster strongholds on Eventide Island. You should inform Sesame. Very well. Let's go back over here then and do that. My dad was in the army. He's retired military. So I'm very much am aware of military legacies. They're not always kind. And there's so much more that military folk don't tell people because it would scar the avid listener. It's not all tales of heroism and valor. There's a lot of you know, less than savory decision making that happens as well, and you're often the pawn for some greater plan that perhaps doesn't include you or doesn't live up to your standards. Which is why I guess it is so important that you thank the military for their service, because it's not just you're asking them to not only protect you, right, but you're asking the military to make the decisions that you yourself couldn't make. But you can't do it. I should say, if a veteran ever asks you not to thank them, you should probably listen to them, because they're carrying that trauma. The island seems so much more tranquil. Could it be? You cleared out the monster strongholds, all 3 of them. You're amazing. Oh, you don't even know how big a help that is. Perfect timing, too, since I just saw a pirate ship coming in. But it's strange. As soon as it went around the rear side of the island, the ship disappeared. My guess is that there's a cave. But where did it go? Maybe the pirates really do have a hideout on this island, and that's where the ship disappeared to, but that would make it the Monster Control's duty to find and eradicate them, not just scout things out. I can handle 1 or 2 enemies, but that sounds more like more. I'm so nervous. I'm frozen to this spot. Do I retreat or do I locate the hideout and try to fight the pirates myself? Ooh, what should I do? Sesame told you that he saw a pirate ship returning to Eventide Island. Apparently, the pirate ship went around the back of the island and then vanished. Could that be the pirate hideout's location? Well, I guess we go do that now. And I think that'll be the last thing we do as well before we call it an episode. So I normally stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's 4 hours every day of the week, taking weekends off. I try to be consistent. Of course, lately I've been pushing the streams over a bit to try to get things done, but in general, I like to try to be done in 4 hours. Because I have things I gotta do as well, not just not just stream. I have lots of things. I want to be careful and kind of like steer down, down. Nice. Love that for me. But I guess I have a question I can ask folks is that, do you I already know the answer from BC West, but they're free to expound more. But do you guys have, family that are part of military service? Army, Navy, Air Force, or equivalent branches in the respective country? Like, whatever constitutes an Air Force, the Air Force, the Navy, or a land force, the Army. Because I know that with military heritage comes, like, I don't want to say burden, that's not right, but you're having to weigh the expectation of heroism that you are often told about. I think I caught that sneeze. The expectation of heroism that you're told about versus what the honest reality of the military is, which is often not pretty. Not only is it often not pretty, but it is often over-glorified. Frick. No. No one saw anything. That's why there's something going on. Yeah, and the other horns are going to ensure that this is happening. No. But Mr. Shiny says my dad was in volunteer reserves, but that's about what you remember. That's totally fair. And like with being, reserve duty, right? I guess it's not the same, right? But at the same time, military service is military service. You could be called and asked about anything. Thank you so much for stopping by, BC West. About to leave. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow as well. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. Do stay safe. I hope I see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't, see you again. Take care of yourself. And with that, we're going to try to get out of the thick of things here. Okay, we have 1, 2... I hate this. No. Bop. And of course, given, the current state of US politics, it's not hard for me to maybe be like, oh, how do you juxtapose your, like, where do you find yourself in your military history, given how things are currently going in the US, like, right now? And in all honesty, not great is my answer. I'm already not exactly pro-military to start with. I'm not anti-military, because again, these people, a lot of military folk, are honestly just they sign up to protect their homeland, right? They're not signing up to go blow up a bunker in Syria or, engage in regime change in Libya or something similar. They're not doing that. That's not what you're sold on. And most US citizens, are really more interested in job security. If you're in the military, yeah, there's a bunch of rules, but you have shelter, you have food, you have a roof over your head. You're not worrying about where your next paycheck is coming from. You just have to worry if you're going to be consigned to die on some sort of, plot, or you're going to be asked to use your name in some brazen way that makes it so that if the military or the government wants to set you up as a fall guy, they're going to do it. Like, your reputation is the one that's damaged. Not theirs. But I'm also not pro-military. I am not of the mindset that, there should be mandatory military, or I think the word is compulsory military service. I don't want compulsory military service. I don't think that benefits society as much as everyone thinks it does. I want to be... Oh, God. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I think we're going to lose that anyway for the shrine, so may as well get the loss over with. Any other supplies? Yes. Lots of supplies. Yeah, like gob tons of supplies, actually. BC West 2011 says there is a shrine. We're gonna crack open all these goodies, and then we're gonna go deal with the shrine, which I'm gonna hope is a blessing, because if it ain't a blessing, and it is in fact work, I'm not gonna be happy about that. No, I did not want to lift that, but very well. I did a fit. If anyone's like, why are you being so nebulous? Well, one, current affairs. Two, I did do a 15-minute speech on, I wrote a paper about, and I want to say, writing the paper doesn't make me an appeal to an authority. That's not what I'm trying to say by saying I wrote a paper and did a speech on it. But I've done my homework on, military, like compulsory military service around the world. And no matter what, the case for compulsory military service remains exactly as it was. If everyone is compelled to serve the military, then there are a couple things that happen as a result. One, the society tends to become very much a pro-military society and very much is in line with uses of force to accomplish their goals, whether for self-defense, or for expanding empires, or, meting out punishment. It all becomes a use of military force. Like, if that's what you have, and that's what you have the most capacity to do, that's what your punishments are going to look like. That's what your proposals to the UN are going to look like. That's what your people will clamor for, is war. Because war is what you know, and you know how to do it very well. Number two, with compulsory military service, you'd think, if people probably heard the phrase that, this person was a thief or a thug before the military, now look at them. They're a decorated soldier with, lots of good pay, and, they have a family, they have a job, they fit into society now. Like, and my rebuttal to that is, cool, congratulations. You know what you did with that person? What you did is you said, also, I need to step into this shrine and make sure I've got the number correct. So sorry. We have what appears to be 791 Koroks. Just had to make sure I got the count right. We're good now, which I thought I was missing some. Compulsory military service beats people into submission, mentally speaking. Like, there's a reason that cadets go through grueling physical exertion, and in some cases are quite literally mentally assaulted by their superior officers. It is to break them spiritually so that they don't question orders too much. You can't have people mutinying against you, right? Now imagine if an entire nation of people operated that way. You would have... If something bad were to truly take hold in our government and we started war, which we haven't really... We've been indiscriminately blasting Venezuelan ships. I would class those as war crimes. I do not know if I would class that as going to war. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. I keep those sound free and without any sort of fanfare for those that are lurking or just want to be quiet about things. But I do appreciate it, and I hope you continue to enjoy your stay, and or you enjoy all the emotes that come along with following on Twitch and other benefits. Like I was saying earlier, not only is the quote-unquote miscreant beaten out of their ways and spiritually, mentally broken so that they are compliant with military orders, just like when they, prior to military service, these people eventually rebound back to their old ways, right? Like, the military didn't change you. It just said, hey, don't do this publicly. Don't make us look bad. Don't do it publicly. Don't be open about it. But you could do it. Or we don't care if it's not affecting our bottom line. It really kind of depends on what military you're looking at here. But it's just like a bona fide railing for flight craft. Okay. Really, at the end of it, because I'm sort of losing my train of thought here. Really, at the end of it, what I come out to say is military service needs to remain non-compulsory for the entire population for a number of reasons. Based on the fact that if you have an entire nation of people who are subservient to the military and thus the government, you have an entire nation of people that are disposable, because if they're not top brass, they're not important. Doesn't matter what kind of job they're doing. You can hand them a gun and say, go shoot someone, and you expect them to do that. They have to do it and risk being shot at in return. They risk death. It is a way to basically, like, military industrial complexes can almost use it as a population management tool. Too many people declare war so they can send them to the charnel house or wherever. There are a lot of insidious things that the government could say, and a lot of sweet nothings they'll whisper to you, and offerings they will make to justify you doing awful, awful things. And if you have an entire nation of people willing to do that, that's too far. Like, that is on a level that Hitler could only dream of. Not only that, but the culture becomes entirely based around the military as well. all forms of military service and lore become entirely like codependent on how the military is functioning. And if it is functioning as an arm of propaganda, it is not functioning. It is serving some other purpose. There are lots of cons against mandatory, compulsory, nationwide military service for even as little as a year. Even as little as 1 year. There are significant studies that have been done in Finland, Norway, Israel, Sweden, so on. Now, studies have been done, but that doesn't mean these nations don't engage in some form of, compulsory service. Just they've at least done their homework prior to, say, the current current administration of the Six-Pointed Star. Now, enough about the army. I know, I only asked a perfunctory question. I'm the one that took it way too far, but only because, again, I've written a paper and done a virtual speech on it. I've done more homework. I know what I'm talking about. Why don't we talk to Mr. Sesame and get things over with, shall we?
Hey!
Wow, that is a crisp hey. Hey, I can tell just by looking at you that something happened. What's up? A cave? Hidden around the back of the island, and there was a pirate ship? You beat every single pirate on the ship too? Holy cow, you're like a one-man monster control crew. I mean, I'm part of the monster control crew, and I still lost my nerve. Thanks to you, I can finally breathe easy. Oh, I should probably give you some token of gratitude for risking your life. Here, accept this with my thanks. Ooh, my man, you have earned... You went from being a lily-livered, yellow-bellied man in my eyes to being like an actual bona fide gentleman. Thank you. Weren't expecting something that rare, were you? I picked it up on a previous Monster Control Crew expedition. I've been holding on to it as a lucky charm all this time, but you'll probably get more use out of it than I would. Now then, time to put together a report on what happened here and finally leave this island. Once I'm back, I'm turning over a new leaf. No more scaredy sesame. I'm going to be capable and courageous, like you. So thanks for the help and inspiration, mister. I hope I'll see you around. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, I would love to stay longer, but I do have work to do. I've got people I need to go speak with regarding this and that. I also have dinner I need to, make sure is either on its way to being cooked or, at least inquire about it. One of those two things. My name is Coinstamp. I am the proud and lovely owner of a spirited and truly expansive 100% Let's Play of Tears of the Kingdom. I hope you guys have enjoyed it up to this point. I plan on cranking out more episodes to come. We're on our 61st episode, and I feel like we're at least gonna go 100 episodes. I think we're gonna hit that triple digit mark. It'll be truly something to behold. See you as well, Mr. Shiny, my lovely senators and inductees. It's been good having you along for the ride. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. We'll be back tomorrow. As a reminder, I will not be streaming this Friday. My Discord has a calendar channel that projects the next 14 days out. I will not be streaming on the 14th. I have personal business I have to take care of. But other than that, I should be good to go for the rest of the projections, barring like Thanksgiving, I guess. And those plans are up in the air right now. My name is Coinstamp, everybody. You guys are more than welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon when I get it set up and so on. Or my Discord, of course. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, Goodbye.